Chapter 2364. Mu Chu left the secret realm. Elder Mu, what should we do now? I didn't expect that there would be a fusion second-rank expert in the sacred world. Li Guangming seems to have suffered a great loss. Under the starry sky, Mu Chu and the others had ugly expressions. They had come from a distant star field for the trial. They would be very happy if they could disrupt the selection. They were shocked by the existence of a fusion second-rank expert. This was far from what they had imagined. How could there be a fusion expert in such a backward place like the sacred world? Mu Chu smiled bitterly. What else can we do? We can only give up the mission. Do you want to fight with that person? Everyone fell silent. What a joke, they only had a little more than 1 million battle power. Fighting against a second-stage professional fusion expert with more than 8 million battle power was simply suicide. Didn't you see Li Guangming's honest look? He definitely suffered a lot. It was impossible for them to fight against that expert even if they were given 100 gut. Everyone should feel lucky that that expert has no ill intentions towards us. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave the secret realm. Mu Chu continued. Moreover, our goal has been achieved. The plan of the trial in the sacred world is probably going to fail. This trip was not in vain. They were stunned once again, and then they all revealed looks of joy. Yes, we succeeded. The trial's plan in the sacred world is destined to fail. That person appeared out of nowhere, and the trial is going to be furious. A smile appeared on Mu Chu's face. They had spent decades coming from a distant star field just to stop the trial and prevent them from easily nurturing geniuses. The only thing they did not expect was that there would be a fusion second-rank expert in the sacred world. Mu Chu did not doubt that the other party would only need one move to kill them. Mu Chu was not too happy. He was thinking about something else. This matter was very important. Li Guangming's clone was sent back. At the very least, Lin Fei would not be too close to Li Guangming for a period of time. It was not a small matter to be able to control a fusion first-rank expert. Lin Fei did not want to be suspected. He had communicated with Little Devil, and he also felt that the expedition to the Empire was not simple. It wasn't that there weren't any who could use data to categorize it, but there really weren't many who could do it like the expedition to the Empire. Lin Fei learned something else from Li Guangming. Almost every expert that went on the expedition to the Empire had a book of life. Li Guangming's clone returned, while his main body stayed in a cave on the wild sacred mountain. The savage sacred mountain was one of the best places in the world, and it was the place with the densest origin energy. If Lin Fei wanted to maintain his powerful strength, he had to continuously absorb origin energy. Master, this is the new cultivation method that the Emperor of the Expeditionary Empire opened. The Book of Life is the key to this. Li Guangming summoned a Book of Life, which floated above his head. It was a golden book, and it was the first time Lin Fei had seen such a book. After Li Guangming took out the Book of Life, Lin Fei had the little demon analyze its origins. Did you cultivate this by yourself? Lin Fei had never seen anything like this before. The Expeditionary Empire became even more mysterious in his eyes. I didn't cultivate it by myself. Li Guangming explained, the Book of Life was actually created by the Expeditionary Empire. Every citizen of the Expeditionary Empire will receive a Book of Life from the Empire's branch palace when they are young, and then insert it into their body. As they grow up, they will awaken at a certain time. After awakening, the Book of Life will assist their growth. Lin Fei felt as if he had heard wrong. Isn't this the same as high-tech? Lin Fei was inwardly shocked by the Expeditionary Empire's generosity. The other party's behavior was similar to his own system. Although it was much weaker, it was definitely a cheat for others. Li Guangming opened the Book of Life. According to him, other than himself, no one could see the information of the Book of Life unless he was willing to show it to others. Otherwise, even a top expert would not be able to see the specific information of the Book of Life. Next, Lin Fei saw a shocking scene. After the Book of Life opened, a page of properties appeared. This time, Lin Fei could not remain calm. Properties page, what kind of joke is this? A page of properties actually appeared on the originally blank page. Li Guangming. First job transition fusion occupation. First job transition swordsman strength. 150 speed. 110 endurance. 80 reflexes. 90 combat power. 5 million shocking. This was Lin Fei's greatest feeling. The Expeditionary Empire's properties page actually appeared. If not for the fact that he had fused 5 types of Great Tao and his strength had increased, Lin Fei would definitely not have known that such a thing existed in this world. Could it be that the origin of my system is related to the Empire, or an extremely unreliable thought flashed in Lin Fei's mind? However, once this thought appeared, it lingered and was deeply imprinted in his mind. First job transition swordsman, isn't this the setting at the end of the game? Lin Fei suddenly thought of something. Ever since he came to this world, his memories of that year had been buried deeply. If not for those words, Lin Fei would have almost forgotten about them. However, he did not expect it to come so suddenly. Back in the game, there was a mention of occupations. Back then, Lin Fei had studied it carefully. It was a decent strength system, but after coming to the alternate world, he gradually forgot about it. The Judgment Organization, the appearance of Li Guangming, and the others made the things that he had almost completely forgotten resurface. First job transition swordsman, first job transition assassin. First job transition all kinds of occupations. That was where the true experts were as numerous as the clouds. Li Guangming's first job transition swordsman was far weaker than Lin Fei, which was why he was easily defeated by Lin Fei. In fact, he did not even get to use his best swordsmanship. It could be said that he had lost in a very sullen manner. Li Guangming did not dare to have any other thoughts. The cultivation system of the Expeditionary Empire covered almost the entire star region. The sacred world was an exception, and it was basically abandoned. The master in front of him had grown up in the sacred world, so he had to be a genius. What was the strongest expert in the Expeditionary Empire? Lin Fei suddenly asked Li Guangming. Li Guangming replied, "The strongest expert in the entire empire should be the great Emperor Yuanzheng. It is said that His Majesty Yuanzheng has not appeared for more than 100 years. It seems that he is in seclusion. More than 100 years ago, the great Emperor Yuanzheng seemed to have reached the 9th revolution, and he is the only 9th revolution expert in the empire. A 9th revolution expert, the only one." Lin Fei was very clear that the 9th revolution fusion was not easy to cultivate. There was only one 9th revolution expert in the entire empire, and his combat power was incomparably terrifying. Chapter 2365. Lin Fei placed a lot of importance on what class it was. The information that he had almost forgotten in the depths of his memory resurfaced. 9th class advancement. A peak existence in the game. Lin Fei had a deep impression of it. The king who went on the expedition to the empire was extremely powerful. According to the information he had read, the strength of a 9th class advancement was at least 10,000. This was a huge difference. His Majesty seems to be a storm warrior, Li Guangming said. Lin Fei's memory resurfaced again. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's actually a storm warrior. That's a class that specializes in strength. It can be said that it's the strongest of the 4 major attributes. Among the 9th class advancement professions, it's invincible. Among the 4 major attributes, strength, speed, reflexes, and endurance were the 4 major attributes in the game. When each attribute was developed to the limit, it would become a terrifying existence. At that time, Lin Fei had specially studied it and had a deep impression of it. Storm Warrior was one of the powerful professions. Lin Fei still remembered that to become a Storm Warrior, it wasn't just strength. One had to reach a certain standard in speed as well. It could be said that among the 4 major attributes, strength and speed were higher than ordinary people. The word storm could be seen from this. This kind of profession would be very terrifying when it matured. Lin Fei didn't expect that person to be a storm warrior. Moreover, he was the only 9th class advancement expert that was in existence that could casually kill 8th class expert. Lin Fei asked a few more questions about the Book of Life. Although Li Guangming was a deacon, his knowledge was limited. The Judgment Division wasn't a top force, so he didn't know much about the origins of the Book of Life. To be able to ask this much, Lin Fei was very satisfied. He had a vague guess about the expedition to the Empire. The masters of each of the 38 starfields were all high officials of the Empire. Each of them was an 8th class advancement expert. The masters of the 38 starfields were all 8th class advancement expert. Each of them was a veteran who had the chance to advance to the 9th class advancement in the future. Lin Fei also learned from Li Guangming that the reason the Judgment Organization arranged for the geniuses from the sect to come here was to provide them with a chance to improve. The Great Tao Primordial Heart could be refined into a Tao pill, which could be used to improve the 4 attribute. This was also the reason why the Saints' World had set up a trap in the first place. It was to provide them with an opportunity. Of course, the geniuses of the Judgment Court were not first-job integration masters. It was very difficult to integrate the Great Tao. Therefore, in the Empire of Conquest, those who could become first-job experts and cultivate professions were all influential figures in the Empire. Big and small clans would extend an olive branch to them. Li Guangming was one of them. It was because he had become a first-job expert and a first-job swordsman that the Judgment Court extended an olive branch to him, and he successfully became a deacon in the Judgment Court. Master, I think I have figured out what is going on. After Li Guangming left, Lin Fei began to think. The little devil's words interrupted Lin Fei's thoughts. Quick, tell me about it. Lin Fei really wanted to know what the Empire of Conquest was all about. Master, the system released a message just now. I think the Empire of Conquest that we met is actually a technological civilization. The Book of Life is one of the developments in technology that helps humans cultivate. Lin Fei was slightly stunned. A technological civilization? Yes, the Empire of Conquest should be a higher-level civilization. In other words, it is a civilization that combines technology and cultivation to help humans cultivate, said the little devil. The system didn't have this information at first. Then it appeared. Maybe our system came from a technological civilization. In fact, Lin Fei did have such suspicions that day. With such advanced technology, other than coming from a very prosperous technological civilization, Lin Fei really couldn't think of where else it could come from. Lin Fei had always felt that the distance was too far. He didn't expect it to be so close. A technological civilization. Fortunately, Master didn't rashly go to the Empire of Conquest. If you really went, you might have been exposed, the little devil reminded. Master's improvement in strength has always been different from others. If you had the Book of Life, it wouldn't be so out of place. After hearing the little devil's words, Lin Fei felt that it made sense. Can the Book of Life simulate? Of course. Lin Fei also wanted to see to what extent his data would be displayed with the Book of Life. With the Book of Life, he wouldn't be so out of place. No one would be able to see any traces of him. An hour later, the little devil simulated a Book of Life for Lin Fei. The aura was exactly the same. Even if that person from the Empire of Conquest was in front of him, he wouldn't be able to see any flaws in the Book of Life. Lin Fei profession: none strength, 320 speed, 210 reflexes, 180 endurance, 270 combat power, 10 million. Not bad, not bad. Well done. You can pass off the fake as the real one. Lin Fei was very satisfied. The little devil snorted. Master, you might be mistaken. You can't pass off the fake as the real one. This Book of Life is actually the real one. There are no flaws or flaws. If Master says it's fake, it will make me look bad. After hearing this, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay. Then it's real. If Master says it's real, then it's real. No one can say it's fake, the little devil said very seriously. In fact, Lin Fei couldn't find any flaws in the Book of Life. It was as if it was real. Even Li Guangming would think it was the real one after seeing it. Is the data about the same? In theory, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. The difference between the two shouldn't be too big. Lin Fei wasn't worried anymore. Others used the Book of Life to measure themselves, but Lin Fei didn't need to worry about this. He walked a different path from others. The numbers in the Book of Life didn't really help him much. By the way, little devil, can you see through the other party's Book of Life through the system? With the existence of the Book of Life, Lin Fei had an invisible advantage. The little devil said disdainfully, Master, you don't have to look down on me so much. It's just a Book of Life. Its technological level isn't high. It's very easy to crack. It's not difficult at all. Lin Fei seemed to have forgotten that the system's level was definitely higher than the civilization controlled by the Expeditionary Empire. The Book of Life might be a great existence in the eyes of others, but it was really nothing to the little devil. There was no technical content. Then what do you think I should do next? Now that I have the Book of Life, what do you think I should focus on? After the fusion of the Great Daos, Lin Fei hadn't found the right direction. After seeing the 4 major attributes and the original game system, Lin Fei understood what he was missing. Chapter 2366. Duplicate 6th Grade Dao Core. Duplicate 7th Grade Dao Core. Duplicate 8th Grade Dao Core. Establish a database. Lin Fei not only learned from Li Guangming about the trial and the expedition to the Empire, but also obtained a complete Dao Core. In the expedition to the Empire, Dao Cores are the most commonly used currency. Continuous consumption of Dao pills could enhance one of the 4 major attributes. Of course, it is not easy to keep taking them. It requires a huge amount of resources. The medicinal pills that Li Guangming had on him were all speed-type medicinal pills. After refining them, he could increase his strength by a bit. He could accumulate a large number of Dao pills. Lin Fei bluntly copied them and established a database. After the little devil's research and analysis, Lin Fei found a suitable profession, which is a profession that increases strength. It is called the Roaring Warrior. Lin Fei has a deep impression of the origin of the Roaring Warrior. This profession mainly focuses on increasing strength. The other 3 major attributes basically do not need to pay attention to. The goal is to increase strength. The Roaring Warrior is a top-notch profession among the 4 major attributes. Almost no one can successfully cultivate it. Outsiders can't, but Lin Fei can. In addition to the Roaring Warrior, Lin Fei also values speed among the 4 major attributes. For example, among the speed attribute, there are several professions that are very powerful. Some professions can rely on speed to contend with strong enemies and be invincible. Lin Fei will not miss this opportunity. 3 months later, Lin Fei came out of the wild sacred mountain. 3 months is enough for Lin Fei's strength to go to the next level. His original 10 million battle power increased by 1 million, reaching about 11 million. This method of improvement is enough to be amazing in the expedition to the Empire. In just 3 months, the entire sacred world is in chaos. Not a single big or small force is idle. All of them are attacking the resurrected powerhouses and snatching their great Tao origin heart. The Yellow Spring Sect Master, Chen Junshan, and some other veteran powerhouses have established their own forces to contend with them. Even so, this side is still at a disadvantage. After all, the geniuses who came from the Judgment all had a battle power of around 1.5 million. On the contrary, those resurrected experts didn't have such tyrannical strength. Basically, their battle power was around 800,000. who asked them to not have great Tao primordial pills. Back then, after the trial, the primordial great Tao pills were not left behind. They were all confiscated, and the primordial great Tao pills disappeared from the sacred world. It's time to restore peace. With a battle power of 11 million, Lin Fei could be said to be the strongest existence in this area of the holy world. The battle between the people of Judgment and the resurrected powerhouses actually affected Lin Fei's resources and interests. In the end, they didn't lose anything, but Lin Fei lost a lot. Yama's death domain. Sacred Lord Blood Prison was in high spirits and had been in the limelight recently. With his peak 5th step battle power, he had killed dozens of revived experts. All of the unwillingness he had felt back then had vanished into thin air. The strong always liked to follow the strong. In the face of increasing their strength, it was nothing to give up their freedom. At the very least, they had reached a new realm. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to achieve in a lifetime. Blood Prison, you have done well recently. Your next mission is to continue to lead people to kill them. Don't show any mercy. A ball of energy in the palace said. Sacred Lord Blood Prison's face lit up. A loud bang interrupted Sacred Lord Blood Prison's words. The palace shook and the top was clawed open. A hand reached in, and the ball of energy high above and Sacred Lord Blood Prison fell into this hand. Sacred Lord Blood Prison's strength was suppressed, and he couldn't use it at all. Similar situations kept happening in every small sacred world in the sacred world. No matter how well the other party hid in front of Lin Fei, who had absolute strength, they seemed vulnerable. A battle power of 11 million against a battle power of 1.5 million was indeed a crushing defeat. Almost every genius from the Judgment who was caught was suppressed in one move, and the strength in their body was suppressed. This time, their expressions changed. How could there be such an expert in the sacred world? Could it be an enemy from the star field? Bang, bang, bang! On an uninhabited continent outside the sacred world. One by one, figures lost control and fell on the continent like broken bag. As soon as they got up from the ground, a tyrannical and terrifying force pressed down on them, and they couldn't move. Let us go. We are the geniuses of the Judgment. You can't offend the Judgment. Let us go immediately. Deacon Lee, do something. The arrogant geniuses of the Judgment were lying on the ground, and it was difficult for them to raise their heads. It's them. What's going on? The Yellow Spring Sect Master, Chen Junshan, and some other old powerhouses were also pulled by an invisible hand. In front of this hand, they couldn't resist at all. When they saw the figures lying on the ground, they were all stunned, and then burst into cheers. If it wasn't for the existence of that terrifying force, they would have gone up to take revenge. Ever since they came back to life, they knew that they had fallen into the Judgment's trap and became pawns for others. They gritted their teeth and had deep resentment towards the Judgment. Unfortunately, they didn't have the chance to take revenge. The geniuses of the Judgment were all powerful, and at the same time, they controlled the major forces of the sacred world. There was almost no place for them to hide in the entire sacred world. As long as they hadn't recovered their strength, the geniuses of the Judgment would always be their Dharma sword. They could fall at any time and kill them with a sword. They didn't expect that the powerful geniuses of the Judgment would be suppressed one by one. How delightful was this? It turned out that this day would come for them too. Everyone is here, Lin Fei said lightly. The people who had been moved over realized Lin Fei's existence. Previously, they were all attracted by the people on the ground. Thank you, Senior. The Yellow Spring Sect Master cupped his hands. He knew who this person was. He was the one who had helped them back then. The only thing he hadn't expected was that this person's strength would be so tyrannical. Looking at him now, he was unfathomable. When these old powerhouses saw the black-robed Lin Fei and his unfathomable aura, they were secretly shocked. A genius who could suppress the Judgment was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. They knew that the Judgment Organization had arranged for an eighth-step powerhouse in the starry sky outside. "I'll speak, you listen." Lin Fei's voice wasn't too heavy, but the invisible pressure made them feel that they couldn't disobey. It seemed that if they opened their mouths, they would definitely not have a good ending. "No matter who you are, let us go immediately. Otherwise, when Deacon Lee arrives, you will all die without a burial place." A young man roared. "You talk too much." Lin Fei snorted coldly. He grabbed with one hand and crushed the young man, leaving only the Great Path Primordial Heart. Chapter 2367. Lin Fei casually made a grabbing motion, and all the cultivators present were shocked to see this scene. Their scalps went numb. The genius of the Judgment Realm in their eyes was crushed, and the primordial heart of the Great Path was perfectly preserved. This was enough to prove that Lin Fei's control over his strength had reached the point of perfection. "I don't like it when people talk too much." Lin Fei's sharp gaze swept over. No one dared to look him in the eye. Even the prodigies of the Judgment didn't dare to breathe too loudly. To be able to kill them in one move, the other's strength was very likely at the level of merging the Great Path. After a glance, everyone's temper was gone. The prodigies of the Judgment didn't dare to speak again. Administrator Lee hadn't come for a long time. Something might have happened. In the distant holy world, they really had nothing to be arrogant about. Without Administrator Lee, they were like toothless tigers. They couldn't be arrogant no matter what. At this moment, it was as if the world had collapsed. "I'll give you two choices. Either you submit or you die. This is the reason why I've brought you here. You only have 3 breaths of time to think. Submit or die." At this moment, everyone was no longer calm. Especially the prodigies of the Judgment. All of them had great backgrounds. Not only did they have the Judgment behind them, but their families were also very powerful. They had been prodigies since birth. Now that they were being asked to choose, this was something that had never happened before. "We're from the Judgment. We won't submit." As soon as he finished speaking, the young prodigy exploded into a bloody mess. The heart of the Great Path landed in Lin Fei's hand. "Continue." The prodigies who had wanted to resist were now covered in cold sweat. They realized that this was no longer a situation where they could strut around. The black-robed man before them had the strength to kill them. Killing 2 of the Judgment's prodigies left them in despair and fear. "Submit or die." "I'm willing to submit, I don't want to die." In the face of death, someone couldn't help but speak. In the face of death, no one was willing to choose death, especially these prodigies. Surviving was more important than anything else. Moreover, surviving meant that they had a chance. The Judgment was the leader of the star field. No matter how strong this person was, he couldn't withstand the Judgment's fury. Not to mention this, just the families behind them could suppress the other. "I'm willing to submit." "Me too." Since there was one unlucky person, the rest chose to submit. The Yellow Spring Hierarch and the others had never thought that one day, someone would demand their submission. However, 2 of their geniuses had been killed in a single strike, so they didn't have the confidence to fight back. The geniuses of the Judgment Hall were stronger than them, but in front of this alliance Master Fu, they were still killed in a single move. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. Since that was the case, why should they resist? They decisively chose to submit. Without being targeted by the Judgment, they could also take a breather. In the future, it would not be impossible for them to regain the strength they had in the past. In fact, it would not be impossible for them to reach even greater heights. Lin Fei didn't place any restrictions on the Yellow Spring Hierarch and the others. There was no need for that. The geniuses of the Judgment Division were different. They all had puppet insect seals placed on them. These puppet insects were of a higher grade and could be easily controlled. After a round of torture, the Yellow Springs sect master and the other veteran experts felt their hair stand on end. There was actually such a terrifying existence in this world that could torture people to the point of hovering between life and death. At this moment, they rejoiced in their good luck. It seemed that the other party had no interest in controlling them. The chaos in the sacred world completely calmed down. All the forces in the sacred world were wiped out. All the forces in the sacred world were gathered together, and the 14 forces from before had all disappeared. After the forces in the sacred world were swallowed up, the strongest force in the sacred world was left behind, the Avengers Alliance. The controller of the sacred world became Alliance Master Fu. Lin Fei's invincible palace was also hidden. As long as he didn't expose his identity, the entire sacred world would be controlled by the mysterious Avengers Alliance Master. The Avengers Alliance was divided into 2 camps. One was the geniuses of the Judgment Division, and the other was the veteran experts like the Yellow Springs Sect Master. They monitored each other and balanced each other. At the beginning, the geniuses of the Judgment Division tried to suppress them with their strength. However, Lin Fei gave them Tao pills to recover their strength, which dispelled their thoughts. The 2 sides were at odds with each other. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this situation. Ouyang Ba and Qi Lin were the strongest experts who were controlled. Lin Fei had given them the strength Tao pills, which increased their strength very quickly. Although they were still far from merging with the first class, their combat power was around 1,000,000. This was already very strong in the sacred world. The sacred world returned to peace in the face of such strong means. The influence of the Avengers Alliance also spread throughout the sacred world. The wild sacred mountain was directly listed as a forbidden area by the Avengers Alliance. No one was allowed to enter, and every entrance was set up with layers of arrays. This place became the source of origin energy for Lin Fei. He exchanged for equipment through the system and began to plunder origin energy unit. The effect was not ordinary fast. After plundering for a year, a problem appeared. The origin energy was decreasing. In this year, Lin Fei's system kept replicating Tao pills, and the consumption was very fast. As the origin energy units began to decrease, Lin Fei began to feel anxious. The Saints' world is still a little too small at the end of the day. Most of the origin energy was destroyed in the battle back then. Fortunately, the Savage Sacred Mountain is different and managed to preserve a portion. I've constantly plundered it, and it's almost dried up. I need to come up with a new plan. The business was big. There were too many needs. For example, replicating the Great Tao and replicating Tao pills. All of these required origin energy. Lin Fei consumed a lot of origin energy unit. Do I really have to go to the star field? According to Li Guangming, there is a popular thing called an energy block in the Expedition Empire. It is a special creature that absorbs the origin energy between heaven and earth. As long as I have a chance to replicate it, this creature will no longer be a dream. This idea was out of control as soon as it came out. The sacred world was too small for Lin Fei to use. If he continued, the origin energy units of the sacred world would be plundered by him. This amount of resources was not much help for Lin Fei's needs. Lin Fei had to go to a bigger place. Lin Fei was also very interested in the technological civilization of the Expedition Empire. It seemed that only by going to the Expedition Empire, he might have a chance to find out the origin of the system. According to Little Devil, there should be something in the Expedition Empire that had been guiding it to the Expedition Empire. Then I will prepare to go to the Expedition Empire and see the technology of the civilization. Lin Fei quickly made a choice. This was something that he had to come into contact with sooner or later. Li Guangming had become the #1 expert in the sacred world. Lin Fei was not afraid of the people from the Judgment Empire at all. It would take more than 90 years to travel from the Judgment Star Field. Chapter 2368. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. The entire sacred world had always been under the control of the Avengers. The originally chaotic sacred world had also begun to flourish. All sorts of experts were constantly emerging in the sacred world. Those experts who had been resurrected had regained 60 to 70% of their original strength. This was only possible with the help of the Tao pills provided by the leader of the Avengers. During this period, it was inevitable that some experts who thought themselves infallible would try to express their own opinions. In the end, they were all suppressed. Within the Avengers, the two major forces suppressed each other and managed the sacred world very well. I really have to leave. There aren't enough resources. In these 5 years, Lin Fei could be considered to have lived in seclusion. He did not pay much attention to the matters of the sacred world. He was also not interested in the internal conflicts of the Avengers. As long as he existed, those people would not dare to raise any objections. The resurrected experts were not satisfied? Lin Fei would not pay any attention to them. Those geniuses from the Judgment Hall alone could easily suppress them. If they didn't want to stay, Lin Fei would not force them. The world was so big, and they could go anywhere. He had no interest in stopping them. On a mountain peak in the wild sacred mountain, the demonized black wind whistled. However, the mountain peak had formed an independent space. The demonized black wind passed through both sides. In these 5 years, Lin Fei had explored some of the dangerous places in the sacred world and obtained many useful things. Lin Fei had plundered the White Bone Plain in the center of the World Wall battlefield several times and obtained many things that he wanted. It could be said that these 5 years were actually for Lin Fei to prepare to leave the sacred world. It's time to go. The resources were getting smaller and smaller. Lin Fei could not sit still. Outsiders did not feel anything because they were not strong enough. Lin Fei had the leveling system. No one knew the amount of resources better than him. Lin Fei had already explained everything about the sacred world and left behind a trump card. As a trump card of the Saints' world, Li Guangming was enough to block any attack. In order to avoid being discovered, Lin Fei had created a perfect trap so that no one would suspect that Li Guangming had disappeared for some other reason. In 5 years, Lin Fei also increased Li Guangming's strength to the level of 6 million, which could be regarded as a great increase in strength. In the Expedition Empire, increasing 1 million battle power in 5 years was something that very few people could do. Li Guangming was even more loyal to Lin Fei. Lin Fei wasn't afraid that Li Guangming would be able to break the puppet bug. As it continued to strengthen itself, it became extremely powerful. With just a thought, even if Lin Fei was far away, he could still instantly kill Li Guangming. Lin Fei did not like the sadness of parting. After settling down, he left in the middle of the night. In the starry sky Blue Luan remained in the starry sky. This time, they would be relying on a powerful flying beast like the starry sky Blue Luan to head to the star field. If they wanted to reach that star field by relying on human strength, it would take at least 200 years. The starry sky Blue Luan was that powerful and heaven-defying. Compared to 200 years, 90 years was indeed a very long time. After controlling Li Guangming, Lin Fei controlled the starry sky Blue Luan. According to Li Guangming, the starry sky Blue Luan was also a very precious flying beast in the star field. In terms of price, it would cost more than 100 million energy blocks. In the star field, energy blocks were more popular than Tao pills. Energy blocks were controlled by the great forces and belonged to the Empire's resources. It was very difficult for ordinary people to obtain them. An unparalleled powerhouse's net worth was around 10 million energy blocks. Those who were not doing well would have a net worth of a few million energy blocks. When I reach that star field, I must get a long-distance teleportation gate. Lin Fei secretly clenched his teeth. He had also learned about the long-distance teleportation gate from Li Guangming. In the star field, due to the distance between worlds and star fields, there would basically be teleportation gates. As the sacred world was an abandoned world, its resources were almost depleted. No one was willing to come to the sacred world. Therefore, long-distance teleportation gates had become impossible. It was said that the cost of a long-distance teleportation gate was a shocking 500 million energy block. Star field, here I come. Standing on the starry sky blue lawn, Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. The starry sky blue lawn spread its wings and flew high. Traveling was a very boring thing. It would take 95 years to reach the star field from the sacred world. Lin Fei began to slowly adapt to traveling. With Li Guangming's star field map, he was not afraid of going to the wrong place. He would usually cultivate on the back of the starry sky blue luan and familiarize himself with some of the roaring warrior's attack technique. When he reached the star field, Lin Fei would be a roaring warrior, a second-stage professional roaring warrior. Of course, he would need to pass the test first. The expedition to the Empire was very important to personal information. If Lin Fei wanted to gain a foothold in the star field, there were many things he needed to do. It was not as simple as he imagined. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. In the first few decades, he almost didn't meet a single person. It seemed that the sacred world was too remote. Along the way, apart from the starry sky blue luan and those uninhabited continents, there was nothing else. Living people? There was no need to even think about it. In the 85th year, Lin Fei finally saw some living people. Those living people seemed to have bad intentions, especially when they saw that the starry sky blue luan was worth hundreds of millions of energy blocks. Many of them were provoked. If there were many people sitting on the back of the starry sky blue luan, they would definitely not dare to make a move. Now that there was only Lin Fei, under the temptation of the energy blocks, those people finally made a move. For the sake of the energy blocks, those people went crazy. When Lin Fei stepped into the periphery of the star field, he encountered a group of bandits. Their strength was not bad. Almost all of them had a combat power of more than 1 million. Besieging an expert with a combat power of 2 million was not a problem. For the first time, Lin Fei saw the mysterious veil of a first-stage professional. These people were not strong and their professions varied. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. He let them do whatever they wanted until they lost interest and suppressed them with one move. This should be the Empire medal. After destroying the corpses, Lin Fei looked at the spoils of war. The most eye-catching one was a round black medal. Lin Fei remembered what Li Guangming said. All martial artists who had achieved the first stage professional would have an Empire medal. This Empire medal was issued by the Empire and recorded the information of the profession. If one didn't have the Empire medal, then congratulations, one would be considered an unregistered person in the Empire. Once caught, one would be sent to become a slave. Little devil, try to analyze and copy it. Lin Fei was now a standard unregistered person. Once caught, he would be assigned a different fate. Basically, unregistered people would be sent to open up mountains. In the end, they would die of exhaustion in the mines. In order to gain a firm foothold in the Empire, Lin Fei must make some preparations in advance. Putting down the Empire medal, Lin Fei's gaze fell on a black stone. Rather than saying it was a stone, it would be better to say that it was a round stone. The stone was pitch black, but it was filled with an ancient aura. Lin Fei tried to hold it in his hand and felt the vigorous aura inside. It was the aura of origin energy. Chapter 2369. After absorbing a black energy block, Lin Fei was shocked. Ha ha ha, this is good stuff. One energy block is equivalent to the amount of energy a device can absorb in a month. Lin Fei smiled. So far, what Lin Fei lacked the most was origin energy. However, the sacred world had been destroyed many years ago, so origin energy was scarce. Fortunately, he had the system which could absorb origin energy. Special creatures can grow energy blocks. Can I absorb them directly? An idea popped up in Lin Fei's mind. This was much faster than planting. After checking the Empire metal and energy blocks, Lin Fei absorbed the Great Tao Origin Heart. This thing was not good. After absorbing 20 to 30 Great Tao Origin Hearts, His combat power increased by less than 30,000. This result was more or less out of Lin Fei's expectation. It seems impossible to increase combat power by absorbing the Great Tao Origin Heart. I can only find those high-grade pills. After being besieged, Lin Fei kept the starry sky blue Luan. This sky was too conspicuous. It was hard not to notice it. Lin Fei kept it in the pet space. This was opened by the system later. Putting the starry sky blue Luan in the pet space could also increase its strength slowly. There was no need to worry about the information being leaked. Originally, it would only take 10 years to reach the destination by riding the starry sky blue Luan. However, it took Lin Fei 20 years to finally enter a magnificent starfield. Since 3 years ago, Lin Fei had entered the periphery of the starfield. There were prosperous continents one after another. Each of them was bigger than the sacred world. Their overall strength was incomparable. The empires will left the deepest impression. The empires will covered 38 starfields. No one disobeyed the empire's will. Lin Fei slowed down his pace. Along the way, he learned about the empire's strange and interesting stories and customs. After seeing it with his own eyes, Lin Fei felt the power of the empire. Very powerful. For example, Ashwolf Star. It was one of the 38 star sectors that Lin Fei was currently in, the Tsang Lang star that was controlled by Judgment Division. Back in the day, the great emperor had established the Expeditionary Empire. The rulers of the 38 planetary systems had all been promoted to high officials because of their contributions. Each of the 38 star sectors had different sizes. The Tsang Lang star was not considered big, but it controlled more than 100 worlds and continents. Compared to the other star sectors, the gap was not small. No matter how big or small the gap was, no one dared to look down on the high officials of the Imperial Expeditionary Expedition who controlled a star region. In the Tsang Lang star, the Judgment Palace was like a local tyrant. Perhaps that great emperor was worried that the influence of the star field would be taken away by others, so he established a branch palace in every star field called the Expeditionary Guard. In fact, everyone knew that the Expeditionary Guard's role was to monitor the movements in the star field. They were the eyes and ears of the great emperor. Fortunately, the Expeditionary Guard usually did not manage the affairs of the star field. Unless it was a major event, it was rare to see the Expeditionary Guard. Moreover, the Expeditionary Guard's branch palace was not located in the center of the star field. It was precisely because of the existence of the Expeditionary Guard that the territorial lords had great influence, but they did not dare to do anything disgraceful. The Expeditionary Guard had also become a sharp sword hanging over their heads that could be cut off at any time. Every Expeditionary Guard had an elder who was very powerful. Together with the treasures bestowed by the great emperor, their strength could increase exponentially. All along, the most terrifying person in the star field was not the territorial lords, but the Expeditionary Guards. There was a rumor that once one was on the blacklist of the Expeditionary Guards, even if one was extremely powerful, he would be removed from the list overnight. Lin Fei walked and stopped from time to time. He had a detailed understanding of the star field and even the Expeditionary Empire, which overlapped with the information in his memory. Wow, what a huge city! Is this Tsang Lang City? The center of the star field? Unbelievable, this is too unbelievable. Tsang Lang City was huge. It could be described as magnificent. Everyone who came to the outskirts of Tsang Lang City would stop in their tracks and be shocked from the bottom of their hearts. After more than 100 years, Lin Fei walked and stopped from time to time. Finally, he arrived at the center of Tsang Lang Star, Tsang Lang City. Standing outside Tsang Lang City, Lin Fei was also shocked. First of all, Tsang Lang City was huge. One could not see the end of Tsang Lang City. The sky above Tsang Lang City was covered with a huge blue energy shield that was constantly activated. With just one look, Lin Fei could tell that the shield had a strong defense. He had heard about it along the way, and now it seemed that it really lived up to its reputation. This is definitely a technological method. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and walked towards the city gate. Every time he entered the city, he had to pay a piece of energy block. This entrance fee was not small. After a year, the entrance fee would definitely be a huge figure. Lin Fei did not encounter any trouble from the guards at the city gate. This was also because he was prepared. Through the system, he had duplicated an Empire medal. This Empire medal was of the lowest grade and was sufficient to enter the city. Although Tsanglang City was magnificent, in fact, there were special measures set up. Whenever blacklisted people entered the city gate would show them. Many blacklisted people tried to sneak into the city, but were all discovered and sent to the mines. Lin Fei was very confident about the Empire medal that he duplicated. Therefore, Lin Fei openly entered Tsanglang City, the central city of this star field. After entering the city, Lin Fei first found an inn to stay in. Following that, for the next 5 to 6 days, he basically spent all his time outside to gather information. He had gained a lot. There was not much information about the Judgment Palace. Recently, the most popular news in Tsanglang City was about the Capital Institute. Tsanglang City had an organization to deal with the Capital Institute. Lin Fei had a deep understanding of the Capital Institute. This was an institution established by the Emperor himself. It was above all other colleges. Those who graduated from the Capital Institute were all outstanding people. If they were not in the military, they would become the elders of a faction. It could be said that those who graduated from the Capital Institute were very popular. The Capital Institute recruited students once every 5 years. The assessment was very strict. The percentage of students who could enter the Capital Institute was very low. Even so, there were countless geniuses who signed up for the recruitment. This was because the geniuses who graduated from the Capital Institute had another identity. They were the disciples of the Emperor. This honor was not something that anyone could obtain. As long as they did not commit any crimes in the Empire, they could sleep peacefully for the rest of their lives. No matter what, they had an unimaginable advantage over others. This was also one of the reasons why the Capital Institute was popular. Everyone wanted to stand out, and the Capital Institute was the first choice. The temptation of being the disciple of the Emperor was not small either. Lin Fei was very interested in the Capital Institute. The resources of the Capital Institute were unimaginable. It controlled many mystic realms. The resources of various sizes were unimaginable. It's very difficult to become a student of the Capital Institute. Others might not have a chance, but I have a very high chance. I also want to know if the Capital Institute has all the occupations I saw previously. Chapter 2370. Tsanglang City, the administrative center of the 38 star sectors. The Expeditionary Empire had 38 star sectors under its jurisdiction. Each star sector had its own administrative center, and was also the most prosperous place in the entire star sector. Regardless of whether one was from a powerful faction or a nouveau riche, anyone who came to Tsanglang City would be shocked by the prosperity of the administrative center. It would also make them realize how insignificant they were. Recently, the hottest topic in Tsanglang City was the Capital College's preliminary selection. To any genius, being able to enter the Capital College was the glory of a lifetime. Once they graduated from the Capital College, their status would be different and they would stand at the top for the rest of their lives. There would be people coming to the Capital College office in Tsanglang City every day to gather information. Some of the spies even kept watch all day long, not wanting to miss out on any news. The Capital College assessment that was held once every 5 years attracted the attention of countless people. There was nothing more influential than the Capital College. Tsanglang City, the governor's residence. The most powerful place in the entire Tsanglang star sector, the Expeditionary Guard, was not included. Recently, the higher-ups of the judgment team were not in a good mood because of a piece of bad news. They had completely lost contact with the geniuses who had gone to the remote sacred world. If not for the fact that the life tablet left behind by the geniuses had not been broken, they would have suspected that they had been killed. Still no news. In the governor's residence, in the main hall, a voice that was neither soft nor loud reverberated, filled with an irresistible pressure. It was as if a giant was pressing down on them. Below the throne, a dozen or so people were pale and sweating. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at the person in front of them. Not yet. Not yet. His voice sounded powerless. Continue to search. We must get to the bottom of this. Everyone is watching the judgment team. If our geniuses do not return this time, you all know the consequences. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed since he arrived at Songlang City. In these 10 days, Lin Fei had not been idle. He had learned about the Expeditionary Empire, the Capital College, and many secret. It was an eye-opening experience. Lin Fei pondered for a while and decided to go to the Capital College to take a look. Originally, Lin Fei had wanted to find a place to secretly absorb the origin energy. Unfortunately, the origin energy in Songlang City, and even the entire star sector, was incomparably powerful. He had tried to plunder the origin energy many times, but an accident had occurred in the star sector. Yes, it was an accident. At that time, Lin Fei was so angry that he almost jumped up and down. If origin energy could not be absorbed, then the powerful system would lose most of its functions, such as duplication. Lin Fei would not be so stupid as to waste the origin energy he had on hand. Inside Imperial College, there were unimaginable resources. It was said that there were special plants that could be used to make energy block. Lin Fei's thoughts became urgent. The star domain had been cursed countless times and all his plans had been disrupted, forcing him to go to Imperial College. Songlang City, Occupation Certification Management Office. In the 38 star regions, every star region and every city had a professional certification management office. Songlang City's Occupation Certification Management Office occupied a huge area. Since Songlang City was the administrative center, there were countless people who came here for the certification every day. Being certified here was equivalent to receiving a portion of the Empire's benefits. Sigh, there haven't been any good classes appearing recently. That's right. Usually, only ordinary jobs appear. There isn't a single powerful job. I've heard that the neighboring star field has recently given birth to several powerful jobs. In the lobby of the management office, 2 staff members were chatting about the recent happenings. Imperial College's preliminaries are about to begin. How many prodigies from Songlang City do you think will make it? There must be at least a few dozen of them. During the last preliminary selection, a total of 32 people from Songlang City passed the preliminary selection and 6 of them were admitted into the Capital Institute. I heard that the prodigies from the Judgment Hall have all gone for training. They say that they are the biggest competitors this time. I heard that too. I heard that they disappeared for 200 years just to prepare for the preliminaries. I heard that this year's recruitment has a different meaning. The great emperor places great importance on it. All the prodigies of the empire have given up on the previous Imperial College and are all here for this assessment. The 2 of them could not help but look envious. Because this year's Imperial College was different from the previous ones, it had a special meaning. All the prodigies had chosen to participate in the assessment this year. If they could stand out among the prodigies and catch the eye of the great emperor, their future would be limitless. The prodigies of the 38 star regions were all ready to compete. Is this the place for certification? As they were chatting enthusiastically, a sudden voice interrupted their conversation. A young man dressed in ordinary clothes had appeared in the hall out of nowhere. The 2 of them glanced at him and knew that he was an ordinary person. There were countless people like him every day. Yes, this is the place for certification. Each certification requires 10 energy blocks. The person who had entered was, of course, Lin Fei. Although he had the Empire Medal and was no longer an unregistered citizen, certification was a must. Actually, Lin Fei could have used the system to make it. However, after the origin energy was blocked, he had to be careful when using the origin energy unit. Even a simple matter had become complicated. Lin Fei had no choice but to come to the certification office. First job certification? Yes, first job certification, Lin Fei said. This way. Under the guidance of the staff, Lin Fei came to a room on the left of the lobby. Job certification was not that troublesome. In fact, it was very simple. The staff took out a crystal ball. This crystal ball was extraordinary. At first glance, it gave off the impression that it was a treasure. In fact, the crystal ball was indeed a treasure. This is a magic energy detection ball made by the Empire. It can detect the 4 major attributes. In fact, Lin Fei had already understood some of the procedures of the certification office. The magic energy technology ball was a very good treasure. It specialized in identifying the 4 major attributes. What job do you want to be certified for? The staff asked as usual. The 4 major attributes were tested for certification, and there was also job certification. For job certification, the Empire had a set of certification procedures that they were familiar with. Roaring Warrior. The staff did not listen carefully at first. Usually, the people who came for certification were mostly ordinary people. As for those with money and background, they had to make appointments in advance. Roaring Warrior? The staff thought it was an ordinary job. Just as he was about to register, he subconsciously stopped. This name sounds a little familiar. Roaring Warrior. What, you want to be certified as a Roaring Warrior? The staff could not remain calm anymore. He stared at the young man. Are you sure you want to be certified as a Roaring Warrior? Chapter 2371. As the leader of the Certification Management Office, Yuan Fei was not in a good mood these few days. The reason for his bad mood was simple. The Songlong Star region had been suppressed by the neighboring star regions. Recently, there had been a lot of good news coming out of their star region. For example, a certain profession had been certified successfully, or a certain profession was regarded as a first-rate profession with a bright future, etc. In contrast, the Songlong Star region had produced 2 or 3 first-rate professions in the past few years. The rest were common professions. As a result, every time Yuan Fei returned to the imperial capital for a report, he would lose face and be ridiculed by his colleague. However, he could not come up with any useful rebuttal. In a month's time, I'll have to go for a report. This year is the same as last year. Yuan Fei put down the documents and could not help but smile bitterly. The Songlong Star region was getting worse year by year. Basically, most of the certifications were for third-rate and fourth-rate professions. Second-rate professions were too ordinary in front of those first-rate professions. Recently, there had been good news coming from the nearby star regions. Not long ago, a good friend had even specially sent him a message to remind him. Boss, bad news, bad news. Before Yuan Fei could finish lamenting, he was pushed away. Yuan Fei pulled a long face. Little Zhang, how many times have I told you to knock before entering? Have you forgotten the rules? Get out now. Little Zhang was one of the staff outside. He had barged in a moment of excitement and had forgotten that his boss hated it when people barged in. He had to knock before entering. Boss, let me explain. Little Zhang was anxious. It's not that I've forgotten the rules, but this matter is too serious. Just now, a young man came to our hall. He wants to get his profession certified, and it's a top-level profession. Boss, you said last time that this kind of certification must be done by you, so Yuan Fei was really angry. He was in a bad mood, but his subordinates were not sensible, so his mood was naturally not good. Just as he was about to chase little Zhang out, he heard a few familiar words: roaring warrior, top-level profession. Wait, you said someone wants to get a top-level profession, roaring warrior? Yuan Fei stood up with a whoosh. His eyes looked as if he wanted to eat someone. Yes, someone wants to get a roaring warrior certification. Yuan Fei felt as if he had been hit by a piece of pie. Bring me there immediately, quick. Yuan Fei was completely unable to remain calm. He had to see this young man immediately. If this was true, Lin Fei was arranged to be in the reception room, and the staff brought him fragrant tea. His attitude changed drastically. This is the right step. No one can resist the temptation of a peak profession, no matter where they are. Besides, this is the Certification Administration Office. As Lin Fei took a sip of the fragrant tea, the door to the reception room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man dressed in green entered. Are you the one who wants to be certified as a roaring warrior? Lin Fei knew that this person should be the leader in charge of this place. Little Zhang rarely saw his boss so moved, so he took the initiative to introduce, Your Excellency, this is the person in charge of our Certification Management Office, Lord Yuan. The certification of a top profession requires the highest person in charge of the management office to certify it. Lin Fei smiled. That's right, it's me. Yuan Fei was slightly disappointed when he saw the other party. No matter how he looked at it, the other party seemed to be a roaring warrior, a peak profession, and had nothing to do with it. However, he saw absolute confidence in the other party, which was very rare. For him to have such confidence, he must have 120% confidence in his certification. At this moment, Yuan Fei was a little doubtful. Could this young man really have the ability? First transition profession certification was not an easy thing to do. Ordinary third or fourth grade professions could be certified in one try, but second and first grade professions were extremely difficult. As for peak professions, there might not even be one in decades. The difficulty was extremely high, as difficult as ascending to heaven. Do you know about the Roaring Warrior? It is one of the Empire's peak professions, and its future is limitless. But you should know that the difficulty of the peak profession certification, especially the first transition certification, is very high. There might not even be 1 out of 10,000 people who succeed. Do you really want to get certified? Moreover, once you fail, you won't be able to get certified again for at least 3 to 5 years. Yuan Fei was a very good person in charge. Regardless of whether the other party was here to fool him, Yuan Fei was willing to give him a chance based on the other party's absolute confidence. For such things, it was better to be safe than sorry. What if he really succeeded? Yuan Fei did not want to miss this opportunity. This was his only chance to turn things around. Once he was certified as a peak profession in his own territory, those who had mocked him back then would be dumbfounded at the meeting a month later. At that time, their expressions would definitely be very pleasing to look at. Thank you for your reminder, sir. Regarding the certification, I have already thought it through. Moreover, I am confident that the certification will succeed, Lin Fei said. Yuan Fei rarely saw such a confident young man. It was as if for a moment, he felt that he had aged. Even a young man was more confident than him. Before the certification, as the person in charge of the certification, I have to introduce you to the peak profession certification. This was not a necessary procedure like in the past. It was a description of the peak profession certification. In fact, the peak profession certification was not a small matter. For third or fourth grade professions, it was not difficult at all. As long as one's attributes reached a certain level, they would be able to obtain the certification. The peak profession certification had a certain amount of risk. Success was often accompanied by failure or even death. Yuan Fei felt that there was a need to make things clear first. After talking for about the time it took for an incense to burn, Yuan Fei explained the peak profession certification, the things to take note of, etc. He then brought Lin Fei to the depths of the ground. This is the certification space of our certification administration. Lin Fei had long understood the process of the certification. It was a special space opened up by the experts of the Expeditionary Empire. In this space, a special energy would be produced. Only by reaching a certain level of the 4 major attributes would one be able to obtain the certification of the special energy in this special space. Then, congratulations, the Peak Profession certification was successful. Once the Peak Profession certification was successful, one's strength would change. At the same time, one would obtain some of the instinctive skills of the Peak Profession certification. Although many people wanted to understand the secrets of this space, until now, no one had figured out what was going on. In fact, Lin Fei also wanted to experience this mysterious certification space and see what was so mysterious about it. Yuan Fei reminded Lin Fei again and opened this mysterious space. "Alright, you can go in. Inside, you will have 3 days to certify. I wish you success." "Thank you." Lin Fei took a deep breath and walked into this mysterious space. With a rumble, the door closed again. "Don't let me down." Chapter 2372. A bright light flashed. Lin Fei was in a special space. Lin Fei had been to many places like space secret realms, but no matter how magical they weren't as magical and special as the space in front of him. What a strange place! Lin Fei observed his surroundings. What was different from other places was that he seemed to be in a starry sky, and the world in his eyes had become a myriad of stars. Real, very real. It wasn't virtual reality, but real existence. At least, that was what Lin Fei felt now. Lin Fei tried to walk a few steps, and it was as if he was walking in the starry sky. It was very real. "Master, don't be fooled by the scene in front of you," Little Devil suddenly said. "You said that this is fake." Lin Fei was very confused. Based on his perception, this place seemed real, and everything seemed to be real. However, these words were said by Little Devil, so he had to believe it. Seeing was believing, but it could also be fake. "Master, don't be impatient." If the scene in front of him was fake, Lin Fei really admired the person who made the certification space. He was definitely a genius. Even a top expert might not be able to make it. What a professional! "Authenticator, please come up." While Lin Fei was waiting, a cold voice came from the space. It was emotionless, just like the system's voice. The most unbelievable thing was that the voice was almost the same. For a moment, Lin Fei suspected that the system was reminding him. Damn, how can there be such a voice? Dumbfounded. In such a place, no one would be calm when they met a voice similar to the system. Lin Fei was the same, and he hesitated for a while before coming back to his senses. Expeditionary Empire, civilized technology, could there be such an existence? Lin Fei didn't walk up. Who knew what was waiting for him? It was better to wait for Little Devil. "Master, it's fine if you go up. Give me a little more time, and I will be able to understand everything here," Little Devil said very domineeringly. "Understand everything?" This time, Lin Fei's expression changed. The establishment of the Expeditionary Empire had probably obtained the technology of the civilization. No wonder there were so many professions. "Do I have to come here after I get the system?" Lin Fei took a deep breath and walked forward. With Little Devil's words, his heart calmed down. No matter how awesome this place was, compared to Little Devil, there was obviously a gap. After all, Little Devil was a virtual life form created by the system. After walking for a long time, a high platform appeared in front of Lin Fei. It was a huge platform. Lin Fei walked up step by step. After a short while, he arrived at the high platform. "Welcome, Authenticator. I am the Authenticating Space's assistant. Please stand still while the assistant scans your data." A burst of light enveloped Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. His data could be modified. Even the assistant in front of him might not be able to scan it. What he got was nothing more than virtual data. Scanning. Analyzing, Lin Fei wasn't stupid. He realized that the authenticating space relied on the system to authenticate. It was more accurate than humans, and there wouldn't be any problems. Fortunately, I came. If I really simulated the authentication, there would be problems. The Expeditionary Empire is full of evil. Little Devil was more powerful than he imagined. Master, it's done. Do you want to take control of the system? Lin Fei was startled as if he heard wrongly. What? You want to control this system? Yes, just now I hacked into this system through the system. As long as Master says the word, I will be able to take control of this system, and no one will find out. Little Devil's words were sonorous and powerful. Lin Fei was also stimulated. This place was really controlled by a system. Lin Fei didn't doubt that the Expeditionary Empire was a country with advanced technology. This was the combination of technology and power. Advanced technology, a great world. Are you sure it's okay? Lin Fei asked worriedly. This matter involved too much. Once it was exposed, the entire Expeditionary Empire would make a move on him. Even the strongest person would make a move on him. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Safety was the most important thing. To control the system and expose himself, Lin Fei definitely wouldn't agree. Master, don't worry. The system in this space is actually just a piece of equipment. It doesn't have any intelligence and the program is very rigid. There's no contact with the outside world. Controlling this kind of system is as easy as blowing off dust in my eyes. Alright, then control it well. Got it. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. Little Devil controlling this equipment would be of great help. When the time comes, there wouldn't be any problems with the authentication. Although Lin Fei wasn't afraid of trouble, it would be best if he could solve it. Master, I've already controlled this equipment and obtained some information. I'll transfer it to you immediately. A large amount of information was transmitted over. After being summarized by Little Devil, it was sent into Lin Fei's mind. He easily received all of it. Among the information that came in, there was information about the professions of the Expeditionary Empire. It was even more detailed than the outside world. It could be said that Lin Fei easily obtained a database of professions. No one would have thought that a piece of equipment would be controlled by someone else. Even if those strong people came, they wouldn't be able to control the equipment. Perhaps it was because of this that the Expeditionary Empire established a certification management office. It was a pity that this time, Lin Fei was someone with a system. He easily controlled the equipment and copied the data inside. So this is what certification is all about. After digesting the information, Lin Fei finally understood. Certification allowed people to absorb the power of the four main attributes under preset circumstances. Only by meeting the requirements of the system would the certification be successful. At the same time, each profession would have additional profession talent. This kind of profession talent was activated by the equipment. As for what kind of talent could be activated, it depended on the individual and also depended on the individual's luck. It didn't look like it was easy, but in reality, it wasn't like that. The difficulty wasn't small, especially the first-class and top-notch profession certifications. The difficulty was very high and the failure rate was very high. This wasn't arranged by the equipment. The success rate was low to begin with. In that case, if I want to be certified as a roaring warrior now, I don't need to absorb the power of the four main attribute. I can do it in one step, right? Yes, it can be done in one step. In a place like the certification space, even if that person came, he wouldn't be able to see any clues. It's 100% safe. Chapter 2373. It's the last day. Certification Management Office, in front of the underground door. Yuan Fei didn't know how many times he had said this. He had never been so anxious before. A roaring warrior, a top-notch job. Once he succeeded, His future would be limitless. As the last day arrived, Yuan Fei's heart kept sinking. With his many years of experience, the shorter the time, the higher the success rate. Once the third day arrived, be it in terms of energy or other aspects, their condition would decline. The chances of success were very low. Back then, Yuan Fei remembered that there was a genius who was certified as a top-notch job. He only came out on the third day. In the end, he didn't succeed. Instead, his vitality was greatly damaged. Later on, he was certified as a second-rate job. Yuan Fei was very worried. This was related to his future. The news in the certification management office was blocked by Yuan Fei. He was worried that it would cause trouble outside. Before he was sure, Yuan Fei wouldn't release the news. If he didn't succeed, he would become a joke. He wouldn't be able to raise his head in front of his colleagues. There's only 2 hours left. The door didn't open. Yuan Fei sighed. The chances of him succeeding were very low. He still hoped that he would succeed. This was his only chance to turn things around. If he missed this chance, he didn't know when it would appear again. You have to succeed. Humans were selfish. Yuan Fei was one of them. Once he succeeded, he would be able to use this chance to leave Songlong Star region. Yuan Fei, the person in charge, hoped that he would succeed more than anyone else. It's over. It's over. There's no hope. There was still 1 hour left. Yuan Fei had completely given up on him. If he still didn't come out, he wouldn't succeed. Yuan Fei was very depressed. He turned around and prepared to leave. Under such circumstances, almost no one could succeed. No matter who it was the same. Yuan Fei hadn't taken a few steps when he suddenly heard a cracking sound behind him. That sound was very pleasant to his ears. Outside the door, a pale-faced Lin Fei walked out, his body swaying slightly. Yuan Fei turned his head and saw that extremely confident young man. His spirit, energy, and spirit were all very poor, but there was absolute confidence on his face. Lord Yuan, I didn't let you down. I succeeded. Yuan Fei's heart shook. His body also trembled slightly. He was too excited. Ha, that's great. I succeeded. Certification Management Office, in a courtyard. Lin Fei was arranged to stay here, and Yuan Fei brought medicinal pills to help Lin Fei recover from his injuries. It could be said that he was a scout who treated him like an ancestor. This is the right step. Only by coming out at the last moment will no one suspect what happened in the certification space. Sitting at the head of the bed, Lin Fei's face was still a little pale. This was done on purpose to prevent others from suspecting him. His job certification was much easier than the average person's, and he did not need to do anything. The little demon had already settled everything. It was very easy for Lin Fei to become a first transition roaring warrior. No, it should be a death god roaring warrior. As for why there was an additional Grim Reaper, Lin Fei himself was very surprised. The same was true for the little demoness. She did not understand what was going on. According to the Book of Life, he was a death god roaring warrior. Compared to the previous name, this class was much more impressive. As long as Lin Fei did not take out the Book of Life, no one would suspect that there was a problem with his class. Right now, he was a genuine roaring warrior. With the little demon's help, Lin Fei was the most powerful roaring warrior in history. Flipping through the class, he also had a deep understanding of the roaring warrior. From now on, he had a deep understanding of how to make the roaring warrior class stronger. Master, your death god roaring warrior should be the most powerful of all the classes. Even the current storm warrior is not a match for Master. My luck is not bad. I actually obtained 3 talent skills, one stronger than the other. Does this count as my luck being off the charts? After the certification was successful, Lin Fei obtained a talent skill. Under normal circumstances, the average person would have 1 skill, but Lin Fei was different. He obtained 3 skills, and they were all very good skills. At least, during this period of time, Lin Fei had not heard of anyone obtaining 3 talent skills after the certification. Skill 1, Terrifying Roar. This was a must-have skill for roaring warriors. As the name suggested, Terrifying Roar was a very powerful skill. Within a certain range, it could carry out 2 attacks. One was a physical attack and the other was a mental attack. It could be said to be a domineering and brutal killer move. This skill consumed a lot of energy. For Lin Fei, this was not a problem. As long as he found an opportunity to replenish his energy, Terrifying Roar could be used as many times as it came. It was a terrifying torture for the enemy. Skill 2, Grim Reaper's Eye. This was also a powerful skill, the Grim Reaper's Eye. Once it was used, it could imprison an opponent. The length of time depended on the opponent's strength, and the lowest duration was 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, the opponent wouldn't be able to move and wouldn't be able to use anything. When experts fought, life and death could be decided in 1 second. This skill was more powerful than Terrifying Roar. First a Grim Reaper's Eye, then a Terrifying Roar. Almost no one could withstand it. It was best if they were seriously injured. Skill 3, Infinite Plunder. This was the most terrifying of the 3 skills. The first 2 were offensive, but this skill was amazing. Within a certain range, it could plunder all life essence, which was the opponent's energy. However, such a domineering move could only be used once a day. This talent skill was so powerful that it defied the heavens. When a person's energy was almost depleted, once it was used violently, there was no need to fight at all. They could plunder as much as they came. Moreover, Lin Fei was not worried that there would be a situation where he could not hold them. The system was an amazing container. Lin Fei dared to guarantee that if news of these 3 innate skills spread out, the entire empire would be shocked. He decided that, under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't use these 2 innate skills. Yes, it was the last 2 innate skills. Once he used them, he wouldn't leave anyone alive. Peak Professions only had 1 innate skill, while he had 3 innate skills. Moreover, each was more heaven-defying than the last. Keeping a low profile was the best choice. On the other side, Yuan Fei was in a very good mood. He was smiling wherever he went. Chapter 2374. Outside Songlang City, Expeditionary Guard. As the Great Emperor's special department that monitored the star field, it was established in a quiet place outside Songlang City. Usually, unless something big happened, the Expeditionary Guard rarely interfered with the star field's affairs unless there was an order from the top. Only then would they interfere. During the year, the Expeditionary Guards were basically all in the branch, except for the necessary information gathering. The Expeditionary Guard had become an invisible existence in the star field. As a deacon of the Expeditionary Guard, Xiao Mingshan's daily task was to read the collected information and choose some to send to the top. It was a very easy task. Sigh, it's not good to be too quiet. Xiao Mingshan put down a document and rubbed his forehead. Every day was a trivial matter. After a long time, he naturally lost interest. The Expeditionary Guard monitored the star field's movements. Their spies were all over the star field. In fact, there was really no movement. This is the last one. Xiao Mingshan picked up the last document. When he saw the words on it, his expression changed slightly. Yuan Fei from the Serious Management Department. He knew Yuan Fei. He was the person in charge of the Serious Management Department. Yuan Fei had been in Songlang Star Field for decades and had never been promoted. In fact, there were very few high-level professionals in Songlang Star Field. The top's impression was that they were incompetent. How did he find the time to send a message? Did a first-rate profession appear? But even if it's a first-rate profession, he doesn't need to send a document. Xiao Mingshan could not figure out why Yuan Fei would send it. He decided to open it and take a look. Huh? Roaring Warrior, a peak profession? The information inside was very short, but it had a huge impact on Xiao Mingshan. He stood up. A peak profession actually appeared in Song Lang Starfield, and it's a roaring warrior. This is big news. Xiao Mingshan had the responsibility of monitoring the star field. At the same time, he had another responsibility, which was to select some outstanding talents for the Empire. All these years, the star field had been very peaceful. However, the Empire had not done a good job in selecting talent. This had always been a sore point for Xiao Mingshan. Usually, there were not many first-rate professions. Suddenly, a peak profession appeared. Moreover, it was a roaring warrior who majored in strength, one of the 4 major attributes. This was definitely a talent that the Empire needed. Xiao Mingshan himself was a second-rate class, so he was very clear on the strength of a peak class. Once a peak class matured, it would be equivalent to the Empire having a war god great general. Ha ha ha. That's great. This won't do. I have to go and confirm it immediately. The news of a master class appearing in the Serious Management Office cannot be hidden for long. Once it gets out, all the forces in the star field will come to recruit him. Xiao Mingshan did not hesitate. He turned around and left the expedition guard. The person in charge of the expeditionary guard, Xiao Mingshan, personally came over. Yuan Fei was overwhelmed by the favor. They were both staff members of the Empire, but their power was completely different. The expeditionary guard had the power to kill. Deacon Xiao, why are you here? Xiao Mingshan was a tall and strong man. He casually said, "Not bad, you finally did a good deed. You found a good seedling without a sound. I have to congratulate you. Maybe you can take this opportunity to return to the imperial capital to work." Yuan Fei could not help but reveal a trace of joy. "However," he said, "we are all working for the Empire. What's there to talk about returning to the imperial capital to work?" Xiao Mingshan did not expose him. Yuan Fei had made a great contribution, so his chances of returning to the imperial capital were very high. This was something that everyone envied. Even if his position was not as high after returning, it was still something that others would envy. Right, is the Roaring Warrior kid still here? Xiao Mingshan had to personally come over to find a peak class talent. He also had to investigate the other party's information, in case he was a spy sent by an enemy nation. When he comes out, he must be weak. I've arranged for him to stay in the courtyard to recuperate. What's his background? Yuan Fei said, "No problem. He came from a small world outside the star field. It's not easy to impersonate someone from our empire. The authentication space will not allow him to pass. The people of the Empire all have demonic chi in their bodies. There is no way to hide it. That kid's aura is pure. He is not someone from the Empire. I can guarantee this." Xiao Mingshan also believed Yuan Fei's words. After all, the star field's Songlang city was not ordinary. There was an array formation at the city gate. If someone from the Celestial Beast Empire wanted to sneak in, they would not be able to pass the city gate. Not to mention the authentication office's checkpoint. If he was able to pass the authentication successfully, then he must be someone from the Empire. The Expeditionary Empire controlled a large territory. Although there were 38 star fields, there were still some territories that were not included. It was not impossible for 1 or 2 geniuses to appear in these places. I will arrange for an investigation. Lin Fei stayed in the courtyard for 3 days. Over the next 3 days, Yuan Fei had more or less recovered from his injuries, and he appeared once more. In these 3 days, Yuan Fei did not stay idle. He cooperated with Xiao Mingshan's investigation. The expeditionary guards mobilized a large amount of resources and really found some information. For example, there was no doubt that Lin Fei came from a small world outside the star field. In order to investigate Lin Fei, Xiao Mingshan did not hesitate to use his treasures. Fortunately, Xiao Mingshan was not disappointed. Lin Fei was indeed someone from a small world. It was not easy for him to reach this step. "Little Lin, have you rested well these days?" Yuan Fei came in with a smile. When Lin Fei saw the other parties smile, he knew that the issue of identity information had been resolved. Previously, he specially went to a small world and spent a lot of time to create an identity to confuse everyone. When Xiao Mingshan arranged for people to go to that small world, Lin Fei's arrangements were activated. Their actions were seen clearly. When Yuan Fei came today, Lin Fei was relieved. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Sir Yuan, for your care. My injuries have almost recovered." After Yuan Fei confirmed that the identity information was correct from Xiao Mingshan, he was completely relieved. After all, no matter how important a genius was, if he was someone from the Empire, no matter how good he would still be crippled. Fortunately, the scene that he worried about did not happen. Lin Fei was also registered in the Expeditionary Guard. "Good, that's good." Yuan Fei smiled and said, "I wonder what little Lin is planning to do next." Lin Fei said helplessly, "Master Yuan, I've been having a headache over this matter recently. When I first came to the Tsang Lang Star Sector, it was also to verify my profession. Who knew that I would be a howling warrior? I really didn't have any plans for my upcoming journey." This was exactly what Yuan Fei wanted. "Little Lin, if you don't mind me being long-winded, I have a few suggestions for you to choose," Yuan Fei said kindly. Chapter 2375. In the end, the news from the Certification Management Office spread. Yuan Fei was very secretive. He did not want the news to spread out so quickly. Coupled with the news from the Expeditionary Guards, the news about the Howling Warriors had spread throughout the entire Tsang Lang city in a few days. It was even spreading out at an extremely fast speed. "Top class, Howling Warrior? Oh my god, this is incredible! Our Tsang Lang star field also has a top class. Howling Warrior is a top class with terrifying combat power. He will definitely become a rank 8 powerhouse in the future, and a top existence among the rank 8s. Once the news spread, there was an uproar. The Howling Warrior was a class that had not appeared for hundreds of years. Once it appeared, it would definitely cause a sensation. Tsang Lang Star Field would be excited for a long time when a top class appeared, not to mention the rare Howling Warrior, a top class. Some major forces in Tsang Lang City were the first to receive the news. After a long history, the nature of the Expeditionary Guard began to change. The great emperor had always been in seclusion and rarely appeared. All the power was given to the subordinates, and the Expeditionary Guard, who were the eyes and ears of the Expeditionary Guard, also began to change. For example, some people planted by the major forces, etc. As long as it was not really top-secret information, it could not be hidden and would soon be spread out. The Expeditionary Guard was also used to this. The first to know was the City Lord's mansion. As the controller of the star field and the governor of the border, no news could be hidden from their eyes and ears, unless they did not want to know. "Region Lord, the news has been confirmed. That person came from a small world and obtained some benefits by chance. He seems to have been enlightened and successfully certified a few days ago. He has a top-class Howling Warrior. A top class, even if he had not grown up, was still worthy of attention. Immediately send a generous gift on behalf of the City Lord's mansion to test his attitude and see if he can be drawn to our side," the person on the throne said lightly. "Yes, sir." The person retreated. The person on the throne said to himself, "Interesting, Tsang Lang Star Field has a top class, a Howling Warrior who majored in strength. Imperial College Branch." They also received the news as soon as possible. Li Xiong, the head of the school branch, showed a rare smile on his face. He immediately found someone. "God is helping me. If this genius is willing to participate in the selection, he will be the top student of this year's Rookie King. The professional geniuses from other star areas may not be a match for the Roaring Warrior. As a historically significant selection, this year's Capital Institute selection was grander than any other. All the prides from previous years had chosen to participate in this assessment just to prepare for this year's selection. Li Xiong had been worried that this year, the Songlong Star Zone could not find a genius profession that would make people's eyes shine. The appearance of this person, with a clear identity, was undoubtedly the best choice. If the other party became the newcomer king of this year's selection, as the branch head, it was very likely that he would become a teacher in the academy. There was no better news than this. You go to contact this genius immediately. No, it's better for me to go in person, so as not to spoil the good thing. Li Xiong decided to go by himself. After the news spread, all of a sudden, a sea of people filled the certification office. They all wanted to see this heaven-defying genius, and there were even some who came for certification, hoping to reach the heavens in a single bound. Lin Fei didn't leave the yard of the certification office. There was no quieter place than this. Ordinary people didn't dare to break in. This was an institution of the empire. Attacking an institution of the empire was a felony and would be punished with capital punishment. Big forces are really big forces. They are all generous. Lin Fei looked at the gifts sent and couldn't help but laugh. These forces basically sent energy blocks, which were basically between 100,000 and 200,000. For them, this was just a drop in the bucket. If they could leave an impression on the future top profession, this was a much more cost-effective deal. City Lord's Mansion, 1 million energy blocks. What a generous gift! In just 1 or 2 days, Lin Fei received a lot of gifts. He had no taboo, so he didn't refuse any of them. He would eat the sugar first. Those who tried to invite him, Lin Fei just smiled perfunctorily. Lin Fei had no interest in joining any force. His ambition was not here. Looking at the time, that person should be here. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Fei pushed the door and came in, looking very excited. Xiaolin, Minister Li is here. Lin Fei smiled. Minister Li Xiong was the minister of the Imperial College branch. He had the privilege to recommend a person to skip the primary selection and enter the next round. This privilege was rarely used. For this privilege, the big forces of the Songlong Star Zone had come to greet him, but Li Xiong hadn't made a decision yet. Li Xiong was also glad that he didn't use his recommendation right. Roaring Warrior, a top profession recommended by him, those people of the Imperial College would definitely look at him differently. This time, Li Xiong came in person. In any case, this talent must be recommended. If someone else got it first, it would really be a joke. The news just came out and it was not a big deal. But once the minister of the neighboring star zone knew it, things would not be simple. Li Xiong decided to make a quick decision. Minister Li, why are you here? Why don't you inform me? There is no need to come all the way here. Yuan Fei accompanied Li Xiong carefully. Li Xiong was expressionless. He treated everyone the same. In addition, sitting in the position of minister, he had a strong aura of a superior. Ordinary people could not stand his coercion. Talents are rare. Yuan Fei flattered Li Xiong a few times. It was also a very good thing to show his face in front of Minister Li. If he was lucky, Li Xiong could be transferred back to the Imperial College with this matter alone. Li Xiong soon saw Lin Fei in a black robe. He was very ordinary, but he had confidence that ordinary people did not have, and his spirit had become different. Little Lin, this is Minister Li of the Imperial College branch. Yuan Fei introduced. I'm Lin Fei. Nice to meet you, Minister Li. Lin Fei said casually. After scanning with the system, he found that Li Xiong's strength was not bad. His combat power actually had 30 million combat power. He must be a 4th or 5th stage professional powerhouse. Show me your strength. Li Xiong narrowed his eyes and shot out a sharp black sword chi. As soon as the sword chi came out, everything was silent. Lin Fei felt that a sword chi appeared in front of him. The sword chi came aggressively, and his whole person seemed to be in a battlefield in an instant. Horrifying roar. Lin Fei knew that this was to test him. The success of the Roaring Warrior certification could not be achieved in a few words. So, he stamped one foot, raised his head, and launched Horrifying Roar, one of the 3 talent professions. Chapter 2376. Roar, Roar, Roar. Terrifying Roar was a special sound wave attack, which was originally aimed at the sea of consciousness. The profession of Roaring Warrior had mutated, and it attacked both the body and the sea of consciousness. Oh no! Yuan Fei did not expect that Minister Li would test it on the spot. As soon as Terrifying Roar was launched, there was a trace of panic in his heart. He hurriedly set up a protective body in front of him. The moment it was set up, the protective body exploded. At the same time, his body trembled slightly. The sound wave attack penetrated the protective body and entered the sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness also began to collapse a little. What a powerful, terrifying roar! This is only a first-stage professional. Yuan Fei was not strong. He was just a second-stage professional expert, and he deeply felt the threat of Terrifying Roar. It was the first time for Yuan Fei to see the horror of Roaring Warrior. The attack of this kind of talent skill could be said to be a fatal blow to anyone. No one could be safe and sound in this situation. Li Xiong, a 5th-stage professional expert, was much easier to deal with. He also set up a protective body to block the opponent's Terrifying Roar, but the protective body also left a lot of mark. Yes, it is indeed Terrifying Roar. Li Xiong was very satisfied. With such power in the first-stage professional, his future was limitless. He was now in a high realm. Once the opponent was a 4th-stage professional or even a 3rd-stage professional, he would not be able to deal with it as easily as today. The attack just now was also a kind of test. Please don't take it to heart, little brother. Yuan Fei suspected that he had heard it wrong. When did Minister Li Xiong become so easy to talk to? In the school branch, he was impartial, and no one dared to talk to him. He was a typical old stone. If it was another place, he would have been beaten up. However, he had the shadow of the Capital Institute behind him, and no one dared not to give him face. Lin Fei's Terrifying Roar just now was not an all-out attack, but just at the level of a first-stage professional. Even Minister Li Xiong could not see that Lin Fei's strength had reached the 2nd-stage professional. I can understand, and I won't mind. Lin Fei really didn't care. After a test of Terrifying Roar, he had an understanding of the power. It was very easy to deal with a first-stage professional of the same level, but a second-stage professional had a certain degree of difficulty. If he went all out, he could suppress a second-stage professional and even affect a third-stage professional. Li Xiong was very satisfied. This was a genuine top-notch profession. Even if he had just completed his first job, he had shown unimaginable fierceness and suppressed the first-class professions in the Songlong Star Zone. I am the head of the branch of Imperial College. I wonder if you are interested in further studies in Imperial College? Given your talent, it would be a pity if you don't. I can use my sole right to recommend you to skip the preliminary selection and directly enter the final selection. Li Xiong said sincerely. This kind of future strongman was worthy of Li Xiong's investment. Once he grew up in the future, his investment today would be huge. It's my honor to be able to study in Imperial College. Minister Li is here in person. If I still refuse, it would be too unkind of me. Lin Fei smiled. Li Xiong laughed. Well said. The matter was settled. Li Xiong was afraid of accidents, so he took out a communicator of Imperial College on the spot and reported Lin Fei's name. Lin Fei also saw the level of scientific and technological civilization of the Expeditionary Empire. It was really very advanced. The communication between the star areas was as convenient and easy as the video at the beginning. It was not a secret that Minister Li Xiong met Lin Fei in person. Since the profession of Roaring Warrior was spread out, the Certification Management Office was watched almost every day. Minister Li Xiong was famous, especially at this time. It was hard not to know him. Minister Li Xiong's sole right of recommendation was given to the newcomer Lin Fei. Lin Fei is the lucky one. He is exempted from all troubles and will definitely enter Imperial College in the future. Why did that guy take away the sole right of recommendation? Yes, he is a foreigner. Why? The matter of the right of recommendation could not be concealed. After it was spread, everyone was dumbfounded. Those big forces tried their best to get the sole right of recommendation from Minister Li, but in the end it was taken away by a stranger. Even if the other party was a top-notch profession, everyone was very uncomfortable. This year's selection of Imperial College was different from any other. It was said that this year, Imperial College and the Emperor happened to be the millionth birthday. This year, the Emperor would give a reward. Therefore, everyone wanted to come out on top in this selection so that they could get the reward from the Emperor. A millionth birthday was definitely a big event, and the reward would definitely not be bad. It might be a chance to reach the sky in one step. Now, the sole right of recommendation in Songlong Star territory was taken away, and no one would feel comfortable. This was tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. They had one more strong enemy, which was not a good sign. Minister Li is really shrewd. In the end, he chose Lin Fei. In the city lord's mansion, the domain lord laughed. But he doesn't know that in this way, the lucky one named Lin Fei will stand out. Everyone in the entire Songlong Star territory will regard him as the #1 opponent. If it was in previous years, he would at most be in the limelight. But this time, it's different. No one is willing to be robbed of the limelight on His Majesty's millionth birthday. Next, there will be a good show to watch. Domain Lord, do you want to warn them? The Domain Lord laughed. No need. Let's just sit and watch the show. Minister Li's recommendation right had been given to a newcomer. Not only were some of the major forces unhappy, but the elites of Songlong City were also unhappy. The Drunken Immortal Inn was one of the more famous restaurants in Songlong City. Ordinary people would not be able to come to this place. A glass of wine was worth 1,000 taels of gold, and those without some wealth could not afford it. Why did Minister Li give it to an outsider? I'm not convinced. What's so great about a howling warrior? I'm a first-rate professional, at the pinnacle of the first job transition. It's hard to say who will win. In a private room, 7 to 8 young people kept drinking and were in a bad mood. They were all elites of Songlong City. Each of them was a first-rate professional and could be considered the cream of the crop. Originally, they thought that the selection would be among them. They did not expect that an outsider would beat them to it. This made them very unhappy. If it had been one of them, they would have been convinced and would not have been so angry. Now that it had been given to an outsider, and a howling warrior at that, they subconsciously disliked him. Everyone, be careful with your words. Minister Li is an upright person. Since he gave it to an outsider like Lin Fei, he must have his reasons. He's a howling warrior, a top-notch professional. A young man sitting in the middle drank a mouthful of wine and said slowly. It sounded like he was doing it for everyone's sake, but if one listened carefully, it was undoubtedly a provocation. Brother Sun, I don't like hearing this. You're the strongest among us. Are you really willing to give it up? A long-haired young man said unhappily. That's right. Why? Just because he has a top-notch professional? The more they thought about it, the angrier they got. Brother Sun was actually the person who had spoken just now. His name was Sun Li, and he was an influential figure in Songlong City. Chapter 2377. Lin Fei didn't care about the news of the outside world. He lived in a separate yard in the Certification Administration Office, which saved him a lot of trouble. At the same time, he declined some banquet invitations, and the reason to the outside world was to consolidate his first profession. In fact, Lin Fei was indeed consolidating. Since he promised Minister Li, the Capital College branch took the initiative to send some information about the Roaring Warriors. After all, it was very easy for a roaring warrior to become a student of the Capital College. It was nothing more than a matter of ranking. Minister Li knew how to invest in advance. Now he was weak, but once he entered the Capital College, those old fogies would come out and fight for him. At that time, it would be difficult for Minister Li to meet him. This was the best time to invest. Lin Fei accepted it without hesitation. The information about the Roaring Warriors was not very detailed. Throughout the million years of the Empire expedition, the Roaring Warriors had only appeared more than 10 times. Every time they appeared, the Roaring Warriors would become the pillars of the Empire. Except for some who had fallen, there were only 3 Roaring Warriors left. For the Roaring Warrior profession, Lin Fei knew a lot. Now, combined with the information, he had a deeper understanding. It was not so easy to become a qualified and even powerful Roaring Warrior. Since Lin Fei wanted to become a Roaring Warrior, he needed to make preparations. He must not be seen through by others, so he had to study the Roaring Warriors carefully. The Roaring Warrior majored in strength, and the weapon was the most important. Most Roaring Warriors used long spears to cooperate with horrifying roar and cast some powerful skills. The skills of the Roaring Warriors are also very unique. They are not the same as cultivation method. The Empire expedition is a combination of civilization and technology. If the cultivation method is practiced for a long time, the skills will be different. Mr. Deacon, bad news. After Li Xiong returned from the Certification Administration Office, he was in a very good mood. The Roaring Warrior was the star of tomorrow. Just thinking about it made him excited. After returning, Li Xiong sent the information about the Roaring Warriors. If it were not for some reasons, he would even take the initiative to send some cultivation methods and skills. This period of time was a good opportunity for Li Xiong to get closer to him. This morning, a deputy dean of the Capital College personally contacted him and praised him. The deputy dean was famous for being old fogies and rarely praised others. Today, his attitude changed 120 times. The most important thing was that the deputy dean revealed that the college was studying his work. This was what Li Xiong was most happy about. What's the matter? Why are you making such a fuss? Li Xiong was in a good mood recently because of Lin Fei's affairs. If it were in normal times, he would have scolded Li Xiong. Mr. Warden, we just received news from the Certification Management Office. They said that some of the elites in Songlang City are not convinced. They said that they want to find trouble with Lin Fei. The man said cautiously. Bang! Li Xiong punched the table, and the table immediately fell apart. Bastard, who allowed them to find trouble? How dare they? Do they not want to participate in the selection? He was furious. If the genius Lin Fei was injured, it would affect the competition for the ranking of the Capital Institute in the near future. Li Xiong didn't dare to think about it. He was clear about the abilities of those heavenly sons in Songlang City. None of them was good. With a wave of his hand, Li Xiong tore open the void and appeared in the sky above the Certification Management Office. Sure enough, outside the Certification Management Office, a lot of people gathered, including some heavenly sons whom Li Xiong had seen. They were either first-class or second-class professionals, and their influence was not weak. Humph! As soon as Li Xiong appeared, he snorted. The people surrounding the Certification Management Office all seemed to be hit hard. They could not stand steadily and all fell to the ground. Minister Li is here. Everyone saw Minister Li Xiong standing in the air. He was the minister of the Capital Institute branch. When everyone saw Minister Li Xiong just snorted slightly, they fell to the ground and could not get up. Fear arose in their hearts. What are you doing? Li Xiong was very angry. These people were so bold that they dared to make trouble, which was equivalent to questioning his behavior. Minister Li, it's great that you are here. Yuan Fei hurriedly came out. The Certification Management Office had no power. These heavenly sons had amazing backgrounds, and he could not afford to offend them. The appearance of Minister Li finally made him feel relieved. The Capital Institute's reputation was not just for show. When Minister Li Xiong came, those heavenly sons had to behave themselves. Minister Li, you misunderstood. We are not here to make trouble. A long-haired young man climbed up and said with a smile. Li Xiong knew this person. He was a heavenly son of the Nangong family, named Nangong Juwu. The Nangong family had a great influence in the Songlong Star area. Nangong Juwu, you are so bold. You surrounded the Certification Management Office. If you are not here to make trouble, what are you? Do you want to lose the opportunity to be selected? Li Xiong also had a headache with this person. The Capital Institute had a great influence, but the forces in these star areas were also complicated and very difficult to deal with. If they were not careful, they would get into trouble. Nangong Juwu was still smiling. Minister Li, you think too highly of us. What kind of place is the Certification Management Office? It is an agency of the Empire. Even if we were given 100 guts, we would not dare to break in. We just heard that there is a rare top-notch profession in our Songlong Star area for thousands of years, so we specially came to find that genius and wanted to see the legendary Roaring Warrior. Like me, they are also here to see the Heavenly Sun. We are really not here to make trouble. Minister Li, we are really here to gain experience. Roaring Warrior, a top-notch profession. Of course, we have to come to see it. If we can learn from each other, that would be great. We are here to gain experience. Everyone present said in unison that they were here to gain experience. In this case, Li Xiong was also helpless, but he also realized that these guys did not have good intentions, which would have a great impact on Lin Fei's reputation. Minister Li, I heard that you have a good relationship with him. Can you ask him to come out so that we can see him? It is said that the terrifying roar of the Roaring Warrior is very powerful. Nangong Juwu sneered in his heart. Even if that person did not come out today, as long as it was spread out, he would be regarded as a coward. As soon as Nangong Juwu finished speaking, the rest of the people began to make a fuss. On the surface, it was to gain experience. In fact, Li Xiong was very clear that as long as Lin Fei came out, they would have a good reputation and learn from each other. At that time, he really could not find a reason to refute. He could not stop them from learning from each other. Li Xiong knew that someone was playing tricks behind the scenes. If Lin Fei failed in learning from each other, those people did not mind bringing the topic to him. Those people in the college would definitely make a big fuss again. Don't think that it was impossible. Li Xiong was very clear about those people's means. Chapter 2378. I heard that you want to compare notes with me. When Li Xiong was in a dilemma, he heard a familiar voice. He looked up and found it was the young man named Lin Fei. Lin Fei came to the door of the Certification Management Office unhurriedly. Why did he come out? Li Xiong's heart thumped. Wait, did he say he wanted to compare notes with me? The people outside reacted quickly. He is Lin Fei. I heard that he likes to wear a black robe and looks like a young man. That's him. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. It turns out that he has an undeserved reputation. He is not so good. Nangong Juwu's eyes brightened. It's good that he came out. Let me defeat you personally and become famous in the Songlong Star area. If he didn't come out, Nangong Ju had no choice. Once he came out, even Minister Li couldn't stop him from comparing notes with him. Why did you come out? Li Xiong walked over and took Lin Fei to the side. His tone was very urgent. Don't you know that they are not friendly? From the moment Nangong Juwu brought his men to cause a ruckus outside, Lin Fei already knew the situation. He also knew that they did not come with good intentions. From the moment the news spread out, the situation would definitely not be small. Minister Li, do you think they can affect me, or are you worried that I will be defeated by them and lose your face? Lin Fei smiled. If ordinary people said this, Li Xiong would definitely be angry. But Lin Fei was different. He was a talent, absolutely a talent. It was normal to be arrogant. Li Xiong didn't feel strange at all. He gave a hollow laugh. Actually, you don't have to come out. I can handle this kind of thing. There is no need to affect your practice and consolidation. Lin Fei didn't expose his words. He said with a smile, So, Minister, do you believe me? Or do you think my top profession is just an undeserved reputation? Li Xiong was a little worried. The genius in front of him was not a simple person. He had entered the first profession for a long time and his strength was amazing. It was reasonable to worry. Once the top profession Roaring Warrior was defeated by others, even if it was only once, it was a failure, which gave them an excuse, especially in this case. But why should I worry? Li Xiong suddenly asked himself, is it because of worry? If he's not worried, why should I? He's a peak-class Howling Warrior. Li Xiong quickly understood. The other party was so confident, so why should he be worried? I believe you. Li Xiong smiled. The top profession Roaring Warrior was not so easy to deal with. Brother Sun, that kid came out. Not far from the Certification Management Office, Sun Li and a few others were watching with great interest. Lin Fei, a peak-class Roaring Warrior. So, you do have some guts. Sun Li laughed, a trace of hatred flashing in the depths of his eyes. If there were no accidents, Sun Li would very likely get the recommendation rights. There was some internal turmoil in the Palace of Judgment. There seemed to be a problem with the Chosen One that had been arranged back then. After Sun Li knew about it, he took the sole right to recommend the Chosen One as his own. Who would have thought that Lin Fei would come out and prove that he was a Howling Warrior, taking away the only free ticket in one go? Sun Li was quite angry. I hope you won't disappoint me. Li Xiong and Lin Fei came to the door again. Nangong Ju was worried that Lin Fei would reject him. Young Master Lin, I am Nangong Ju Wu, a member of Tsong Lang City's Nangong family. I heard that you are a top-class Howling Warrior. I am a person who likes to spar with geniuses. Senior has said that only by continuously sparring and challenging others can one increase one's strength and knowledge. Therefore, I took the liberty to visit you. Young Master Lin, you shouldn't take offense, right? Nangong Ju said with a smile. Those who didn't know would really think that it was just a competition. What he said was too reasonable. It was the first time that Lin Fei saw someone who could talk like this. He described the provocation as a competition. Comparing notes, I like it very much. Lin Fei raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, Actually, I also think that comparing notes is a good thing to increase my knowledge. I have always been in favor of comparing notes with others. Nangong Ju smiled even more happily. I don't know if I have the honor to compare notes with a future expert. The other party had just completed his profession. It was not easy for him to master talent skills, or even some exclusive skills or martial arts. Nangong Ju was very confident in his ability to defeat him. It was a chance to become famous. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. No way. I don't reject anyone who comes to compare notes with me. However, you can't do it alone. Anyone who is interested can fight with me. Only then will you know the gap between me and you. Why I am a peak class, but you are not. As soon as these words were spoken, it undoubtedly stimulated everyone present quite a bit. Crazy, arrogant, self-righteous, etc., all fell on Lin Fei. Nangong Ju also revealed a trace of anger. He was even happier in his heart. This kid is not smart. Under such circumstances, he actually stimulated the onlookers. This is just right. Defeating one person is a defeat. Defeating a group of people is also a defeat. As long as Lin Fei is defeated, it will be all right. Child Lin, such a big tone. Then, we will respectfully accept. Immediately, a young man stood up. Count me in. I also want to see the difference of a peak class. It is my honor to fight with a future expert. Without needing Nangong Ju to do anything, the surrounding people all chose to take action. Li Xiong didn't stop them. this kid is so tough. As long as he defeats them once, those who want to find trouble with him in the future will have to think thrice. It is really in line with the temper of a peak class. Li Xiong was very supportive of Lin Fei's approach. Roaring Warrior, the Empire Expedition's peak class. When the news spread out, some people didn't believe it. This kind of peak class appeared so easily. There were many people who doubted Li Xiong secretly. If today's matter spread out, it would undoubtedly be a loud slap in their faces. Since the recommendation right was used on Lin Fei, Li Xiong and Lin Fei were equivalent to standing on the same side. Anything that targeted Lin Fei was equivalent to targeting him. If it was not inappropriate, Li Xiong would definitely do it himself. Are you sure you want to exchange pointers with a group of us? Nangong Ju asked with no good intention. Even if you are a peak class, you may not be our opponent. Lin Fei said disapprovingly, if you want to exchange pointers, then do it. Otherwise, I will go back. I am not interested in wasting time with you all here. This is what you said. Nangong Ju said angrily, don't say that we are bullying you in the end. Lin Fei actually wanted to see the power of a second-rate and a first-rate class. Boom. Nangong Ju was the first to take action. He took out a silver-white long spear. It was more than 2 meters long and was flickering with silver light. The aura on his body changed into a berserk aura. The surrounding air also became chaotic. Chapter 2379. Berserk Knight was a first-rate class. It wasn't a particularly strong class, but it wasn't something a second-rate class could compare to. Nangong Ju Wu had been a Berserk Knight for a very long time after his first transition, and he had a very good understanding of his own battle style. For example, when he stabbed out with his long spear, he was very adept at controlling the strength and angle of his attack very well. Coupled with his berserk aura, he was able to gain a certain advantage. Every first transition job had their own chi field, and this chi field would become stronger as their abilities increased. The Berserk Knight's aura was a berserk aura field. Within this aura field, berserk particles were everywhere. Anyone who entered the berserk aura field would have their essence, energy, and spirit affected. Those with weaker strength would directly fall into an endless berserk state. There was no need for anyone to resolve it. When Nangong Ju thrusted his spear, many people secretly sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The might of this spear was at least 4 million battle power. This should be a Berserk Knight. His first attack is more than 4 million battle power. It's a very powerful attack. Coupled with the Berserk aura, he has an invisible advantage. Enveloped by this spear attack, Lin Fei felt as if the blood essence within his body was about to gush out uncontrollably. The attack of a first-rate class truly lived up to its name. This kind of combat attack alone was unable to affect Lin Fei. Burning Sun Soul Hunting Arrow. Nangong Ju Wu's attack was only the first attack. Not far away, in the crowd, a long-haired young man shot forward like an arrow and leapt onto a nearby building. A small golden bow appeared in his hand, and the aura behind him was like a blazing sun. A scorching aura swept out, causing the air to crackle as if it was about to split apart. Second-rate class, soul-chasing archer, Shun Lai. I didn't expect him to come as well. It's said that the Soulseeker archer specializes in shooting. His speed is astonishing and it's impossible to dodge. Just last month, this Lord Shun Lai personally shot 6 first-job professionals to death. Moreover, it was a single arrow that pierced through their hearts. Damn, that's terrifying. Shun Lai, who was standing on top of a building, pulled his bowstring. The scorching sun behind him turned into an arrow. His expression was solemn, which was rarely seen. Top-class Roaring Warrior, let me see how powerful I am. A stream of light passed through. The onlookers didn't even see the traces of the shot. They only felt a scorching sun rushing towards Lin Fei's position. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows. 3 blazing suns in 3 different directions, sealing off all of the other party's escape route. Young life seizing. Xin Lai's archery skills were always successful. Lin Fei showed a disdainful expression to everyone as soon as he came up. There was no need to deliberately guide them. Countless youths attacked Lin Fei, and the onlookers had long since retreated, staying far away from the scene of trouble. Even so, they still felt an immense pressure, forcing them to defend themselves. Minister Li, nothing will happen, right? Yuan Fei asked cautiously, his gaze landing on Lin Fei at the door. Just now, over 20 geniuses had taken action. Among them, there were quite a few first-rate professions, and even the weakest among them was a second-rate profession. Li Xiong held up his aura in front of him to prevent others from being affected. Top professional, what do you think? In fact, Li Xiong also felt guilty. If it was him, it would be fine no matter how many came. However, Lin Fei was only a first transition howling warrior. He might not even be familiar with his power yet. If there is any danger, I have to save him no matter what. Li Xiong hated the mastermind behind the scenes. He decided to arrange for someone to investigate after everything was over. He wanted to see who had the guts to fight with him. Berserk Knight, soul-chasing killer, earth assassin. In the face of so many attacks, Lin Fei was extremely calm. He had to admit that these people were all geniuses. However, today, he was the strongest one. Roar! When the attack was about to land on him, Lin Fei opened his mouth and roared. Horrifying roar! Roar, roar, roar! A simple tone turned into a terrifying existence that had never appeared before. It was like a thunderbolt on a sunny day that exploded in everyone's heart. Nangong Ju Wu's long spear was about to land on his opponent's body when he heard a tremor in his heart. An unimaginable force attacked him, and the web between his thumb and forefinger exploded. His vision became blurred, and his entire body flew out like a broken sack. He fell on the street and couldn't get up. Fresh blood gushed out from his body, and the street was dyed red. The people who besieged him were all the same. Any attack couldn't pass through the last distance, and then it was shattered by the horrifying roar and collapsed completely. In a moment, people were lying on the ground in a mess in the Certification Administration Office, and all of them were unconscious. If it weren't for their breaths, everyone would have suspected that they were all dead after the roar. Li Xiong spread out his aura to protect everyone. He had seen the power of the horrifying roar before. If he didn't help them, many people would definitely die here. He didn't want to be affected by this matter. It's still so horrifying. More than 21st stage professionals all fell to the ground after the roar. Even the people in the distance could feel the horror of the roar. It's too horrifying. It's said that the horrifying roar is a double attack. At that moment, I felt that I was going to die, and Minister Li protected us. A top professional is indeed a professional. With a roar, more than 21st stage professionals were seriously injured. If the roar is not stopped, it will kill people. Who can withstand it? Everyone looked at Lin Fei again, and there was a trace of fear in the depths of their eyes. They would never forget today's scene for the rest of their lives. Too weak. Lin Fei shook his head, nodded at Minister Li, and turned back. No one present dared to say the word no. They were all frightened by the horrifying roar. Li Xiong was very satisfied. Lin Fei still knows how to restrain his strength. If he goes all out, half of the more than 21st stage professionals will die. With this lesson, I think no one will doubt that Lin Fei is a roaring warrior anymore. Sun Li, who was watching from a distance, also turned pale at this time. Although he didn't suffer a frontal attack, the double attack released by the horrifying roar still affected Sun Li a little. Is this the power of the horrifying roar? Sun Li was very unwilling to accept it. He still underestimated the power of a top professional. The first stage professionals were already so powerful. If they reached the 5th or 6th stage, who wouldn't they die when they roared? If Sun Li knew that the current Lin Fei could roar people to death, he wouldn't think like this. Unfortunately, he didn't know. Brother Sun, what should we do now? Sun Li glanced at the people on the ground. No matter what, there is a barrier between Lin Fei and the forces of Tsong-Lang Star region. I believe that no one wants to see the growth of a top professional, such as, the news of the battle in the Certification Management Office spread quickly. More than 21st stage professionals were seriously injured with a single roar. Tsong-Lang City was in an uproar. He had endless potential. Even a top professional might not be able to defeat more than 21st stage professionals in one move. Chapter 2380. A top professional is indeed a top professional. His moves are extraordinary. He defeated all his opponents with just one roar. Our Tsong-Lang Star area is going to make a name for ourselves. Those people are so despicable. They knew the top professionals, but they still went to fight. Now they were defeated in less than one move. What a disgrace. The first professional job is already so powerful. What about the second professional job? The future belongs to the young people. Lin Fei was completely famous. The Certification Administration Office defeated all the competitors with just one move, which caused a sensation in the Tsong-Lang Star area. Now everyone knew about it. At the same time, the news spread out of the star area. Everyone was shocked by the power of Lin Fei. His talent skill was so domineering that it could destroy all the attacks with a roar and attack the opponent's body and spirit at the same time. Those who were unconvinced were now completely convinced. No matter how unwilling they realized that they were not Lin Fei's match. Very few people dared to challenge Lin Fei. Most people tried to break through the attack, trying to figure out how to block it. Territorial Lord, our people can't come back. They may have been ambushed by someone and all died. Tsong-Lang City, City Lord Mansion. There was a hint of helplessness in the low voice. The people sent out by the Palace of Judgment couldn't come back. They all lost contact. At the same time, their life plates were all broken. It seemed that they were all killed in an instant. The Palace of Judgment in the Tsong-Lang Star area had always been the most powerful force in the star area. Almost all the heavenly suns in the entire star area were gathered in the Palace of Judgment. The influence of the Palace of Judgment had never been affected. This time, they were in big trouble. If the Palace of Judgment didn't have a heavenly sun entering the Capital College this year, although it wouldn't be a big loss, it would still have an impact. Hold a banquet for me. I want to have a good chat with Lin Fei. Don't you think that if Lin Fei joins the Palace of Judgment, we will still be the biggest winner even without them this year? The middle-aged territorial lord said unhurriedly. Top professional, roaring warrior. A few simple words had a big impact. If they could really attract him to join the Palace of Judgment, it would be a good choice. Region Master, I heard that Lin Fei has a bad temper, and now he has the support of Li Xiong. It is not easy to let him join us. Just do as I say. Lin Fei was very free recently. From that day on, no one came looking for trouble, and at the same time, he became famous again. Lin Fei stayed in the courtyard almost every day and rarely went out. The energy blocks sent by the various forces in Tsong-Lang City were all digested in a short time. With the system, mere energy blocks could not satisfy Lin Fei's need. It wasn't that Lin Fei didn't try to find out more information, but unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Energy blocks weren't something that ordinary forces could control. In the entire empire, only the empire could control them. Every star field had a piece of land that was used to grow special creatures and produce energy block. It was difficult for outsiders to get close to it. Every piece of land was classified as a restricted area. Anyone who entered the restricted area would be immediately killed. In this world, countless people wanted to obtain special creatures to satisfy their need for energy block. Unfortunately, not a single person had succeeded. Not only was there an imperial army guarding that place, but there were also experts overseeing it. The energy blocks had always been in the hands of the empire's royalty. They controlled the lifeline of everyone's cultivation, and any resistance would be futile. Lin Fei also tried to find out some information. Although it was some gossip, after the analysis of the little devil, the possibility was very high. For example, the Expeditionary Empire controlled some very powerful weapons. Yes, they were technological weapons. The Expeditionary Guards of Tsang Lang Star Field had technological weapons. These technological weapons needed energy blocks to replenish their power, and their power was very terrifying. Even a 6th or 7th transformation expert would be killed by these technological weapons. No one believed these gossip, but Lin Fei did. Although he didn't find out the specific location of the special creatures, Lin Fei was more or less disappointed. The other party had sealed the information too tightly, and no outsider knew. The only thing was that every star field had a plantation for special creatures. The Domain Lord is holding a banquet for the geniuses. Lin Fei received an invitation. The person who sent it was Yuan Fei. He was very happy when he arrived. Little Lin, you're really lucky. The Domain Lord hasn't held such a banquet for many years. I think it's most likely for you. Yuan Fei was indeed very envious of Lin Fei. He was so young and had amazing talent. His future was limitless. Recently, Yuan Fei had been coming more often. He put away his arrogance and became more approachable. Lin Fei naturally knew that this Domain Lord was the one who created the Judgment Palace. He was also the guy who set up the Sacred World. In order to set up the plot, he destroyed a world continent. This kind of person was very resourceful and not easy to deal with. Through the outside investigation, Lin Fei knew that this Domain Lord was also a powerful person. He was an 8th transformation expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sit in his current position. For such a person to hold a banquet and invite him, Lin Fei thought about the plot he had set up in the Sacred World. Calculating the time, it should have been triggered. It seems that the Domain Lord is anxious. In order to hide it from the Judgment Palace, Lin Fei had set up some tricks to create the illusion that the heavenly talents of the Judgment Palace had been ambushed by a mysterious force and had died. This year, the Tsanglang Star region had gained nothing. Even if there were still some heavenly talents in the Tsanglang Star region, they were far behind those people. It would be extremely difficult to get a good ranking in the Capital Institute. But if it were him, just his top profession, the Roaring Warrior, would be able to suppress everything and steal everyone's limelight. In a moment, Lin Fei understood everything. This was not a difficult task. Little Lin, this is your chance. You must seize it. Yuan Fei said, you're now famous in the Tsanglang Star region. After all, you're a foreigner. Although you're from the Tsanglang Star region, there are still people who are not convinced. I've seen many geniuses and many of them have died on the way. Little Lin, I have high hopes for you. If you can gain the Domain Lord's appreciation, it'll be equivalent to having a backer. Those who want to touch you will have to think carefully about the consequences. Let me tell you one more thing, the Domain Lord is on the third prince's side. Brother Yuan, I understand. Lin Fei nodded. Lin Fei had heard about the internal competition within the royal family. It was quite intense. The Emperor Yuanzheng had never appointed a crown prince, which undoubtedly made the princes ambitious and wanted to sit on the throne. Chapter 2381. The banquet ordered by the territorial master was still very noisy. As a big shot who controlled the Tsanglang Star area, the banquet ordered by the territorial master was held in person. Those who were invited were all first-class figures in the Tsanglang Star area, not to mention how glorious they were. As the night fell, waves of people came outside the magnificent city governor's mansion. Old Wang, you are here too! I must come to the banquet held by the territorial master. The territorial master hasn't held a banquet for a long time. Have you heard? It seems that the heavenly son of Lin Fei will also come to the banquet. Lin Fei came neither too early nor too late. He did not come alone. Yuan Fei and Minister Li Xiong came, and even Xiao Mingshan of the Expedition Guard came. It could be said that all the big shots in the Songlong Star area came. Lin Fei even thought that if that strong man took action at this time, the situation in the Songlong Star area would change. Look at that young man. He seems to be Lin Fei. Do you mean the young man standing with Minister Li Xiong? That guy is so young. It had to be admitted that as soon as Lin Fei came to the city governor's mansion, he caused a lot of noise. After all, Lin Fei was now a household name in the Songlong Star area. As soon as Lin Fei came to the city governor's mansion, many people noticed him, especially when he walked with Minister Li Xiong. Although Minister Li Xiong was only a minister of the branch, he had a lot of power. People with good eyesight knew that Li Xiong was likely to return to the Imperial College to take up a new job because he found a heavenly son of a top profession, and his future was bright. When Lin Fei and Minister Li Xiong walked together, everyone was more jealous, especially those heavenly sons. Their eyes were almost green, and they wished they could be Lin Fei's heavenly son. The internal competition in the Imperial College was very fierce. If you could know a senior of the Imperial College, even if you were in the middle level, your life would be much better. Li Xiong was such a candidate. When he returned to the Imperial College, he would definitely enter the senior level and become a dark horse in the Imperial College. Lin, you are famous now. Li Xiong has received the news that the Imperial College has decided to promote him to be an elder of the college, which is equivalent to a meteoric rise to the top of the college. Not everyone was qualified to be an elder of the Capital Institute. One had to have made great contributions to the institute. Although he was now the head of the branch college, he was actually just a steward. Many people would never be able to become an elder in their lifetime. Li Xiong did it. Every time he saw Lin Fei, Li Xiong's mood would be very good. Lin Fei was simply a noble person in his life. No matter when he saw him, he appreciated him more. Lin Fei smiled at those who came to him to be friendly, and he didn't look like an arrogant person at all. His impression in Li Xiong's eyes was enhanced again. Generally, the chosen one would be extremely arrogant after having some strength, but compared with Lin Fei, they seemed to be nothing. Li Xiong never saw a trace of arrogance in Lin Fei. He always behaved as usual. Ordinary people would not have such a temperament at such a young age. In tonight's banquet, Li Xiong actually wanted to see Lin Fei's performance. Fortunately, everything was very perfect. He was not a person who only practiced martial arts. The empire needed such a talent. A talent! Li Xiong withdrew his gaze. Xiao Mingshan came over with a cup. Congratulations! As the person in charge of the Expeditionary Guard, Xiao Mingshan naturally knew Li Xiong's recent situation, and he was also very envious. The Imperial College was established by the Emperor, and its influence spread all over the Expeditionary Empire. If he could become a senior in the Imperial College, his life would be worthwhile. Luck, luck, Li Xiong said modestly, with a bright smile on his face. The Territory Master is here. When the loud voice came from outside, everyone stopped and looked at the door. The silver-armored Territory Master, like a god of war, appeared in everyone's sight. The Territory Master of the Songlong Star Territory. Lin Fei also looked in the direction of everyone. What a powerful and unfathomable aura. It seems to be the 8th stage profession mentioned by the outside world. With just a glance, Lin Fei saw the power of this Territory Master, and he immediately asked the little devil to scan and judge the opponent's combat power. Master, this Songlong Territory Master has an amazing combat power of 62 million. He is the strongest person in this star territory. Lin Fei knew that the Territory Master's combat power was very powerful, but when he heard that the Territory Master had a combat power of 62 million, he could not help but gasp. It was 6 times his combat power. The Territory Master of the Songlong Star Territory has a combat power of 60 million, so the other 30 or so territory masters have combat power at least above this. Then, the expedition emperor may have a combat power of about 100 million. Lin Fei now finally had a profound understanding. When the silver-armored Songlong territory master came in, although he did not deliberately release his aura, everyone could still feel the terrible coercion from the territory master. The whole person of the Songlong territory master seemed very peaceful. If it were not for the trace of coercion on his body, outsiders might think that he was harmless. Only by knowing the strength of the 8th stage profession would you know the horror. As soon as the Songlong territory master arrived, he immediately became the center of attention. He first came up and greeted Xiao Mingshan and Li Xiong. After all, these two were important figures of the empire, and their status was much higher than the others. It was very rare for the Songlong territory master to come in person at this kind of banquet. I heard that there is a top profession in our Songlong Star territory. I think it should be you. After greeting Xiao Mingshan, the Songlong territory master's eyes fell on Lin Fei. I am deeply honored to let the territory master remember my name, Lin Fei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. A strong person with 60 million combat power deserved the respect. This was also because Lin Fei did not want to be suspected. You are very good. There has not been a genius like you in the Songlong Star territory for a long time. The Songlong territory master said with a smile. The Songlong Star territory needs talents like you. Li Xiong and Xiao Mingshan next to him laughed. The rest of the people were very envious. At this time, everyone knew at a glance that this territory master came to find Lin Fei. He was a top profession, a roaring warrior, and had this qualification. The Songlong territory master valued Lin Fei so much, which made those people jealous. Few people had heard that the territory master valued a person so much. Many geniuses' eyes were red, but they could not say anything. A top profession suppressed them, and they could not lift their heads. Originally, they thought that the Songlong territory master would say something, but he simply said something to Lin Fei and ended the conversation, which surprised everyone. Chapter 2382. With the arrival of Songlong Region Lord, the banquet reached its climax. As a prodigy, Lin Fei received everyone's attention once again. There were very few people in the entire Songlong Star field who could gain the appreciation of Songlong Region Lord. The Region Lord, who had to deal with many affairs every day, did not have the free time to show up. Halfway through the banquet, Lin Fei received an invitation. Young Master Lin, our Region Lord wants to see you. Please follow me. Lin Fei was not interested in the banquet. After the Region Lord left, he chose a place to eat and drink immortal wine, waiting for the banquet to end before leaving. He was not interested at all. What opened Lin Fei's eyes the most during the banquet was the Region Lord's battle prowess. His battle prowess was 6 times his own. Knowing the battle prowess of an 8th transition professional, Little Devil could deduce some information about Songlong Region Lord. No problem. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The geniuses of the Judgment Palace were all taken in by him. Although the Judgment Palace was the most powerful force, losing a group of geniuses would have a huge impact. It would be abnormal if the Songlong Region Lord didn't do anything. Master, Songlong Region Lord is here to rope you in. Little Devil smirked. In a guest room of the City Lord's mansion. Region Lord, he's here. Come in. Someone from the City Lord's mansion opened the door. Young Master Lin, please come in. The Region Lord is inside. It was a very elegant room. Lin Fei met Songlong Region Lord again. He was not as oppressive as before. Instead, he seemed very gentle, and it was easy for people to have a good impression of him. Master, be careful. There's a special aura here. If I'm not mistaken, it should be created by Songlong Region Lord, Little Devil suddenly reminded him. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. Fortunately, I have the system. It won't be that easy to get me to take the bait. The little prodigy is here. Songlong Region Lord was indeed very interested in Lin Fei. The prodigies that he lost in the sacred world were nothing compared to the one in front of him. The Judgment Palace needed top-notch professionals to be stationed there. They needed to use their absolute strength to tell everyone that the Judgment Palace and even the Songlang Star Zone wouldn't change just because they lost some geniuses. Master, you flatter me. It's just an empty title, Lin Fei said. The Songlong Region Lord had sent people to investigate. Based on the information from Expedition TV and the spies arranged by the Palace of Judgment, it was confirmed that this person had a clean background and was a talented person. When Lin Fei defeated over 20 first transition jobs in one go, the Songlong Region Lord had an idea. The Songlong Region Master turned around, his eyes filled with vigor. Lin Fei. With a rumbling sound, Lin Fei's heart trembled. The Grey Wolf Region Lord's eyes seemed to have become a special starry sky, and Lin Fei seemed to have fallen into this special starry sky, becoming muddle-headed. Master, wake up! Just as Lin Fei was about to lose consciousness, the little devil's voice was like a bell, ringing Lin Fei awake. Lin Fei recovered. Master, the Songlong Region Lord used a spiritual secret technique on you. It's much stronger than that, Qi Lin. They're not on the same level at all. Moreover, he didn't use his full strength on you. It seems like he wants to figure out your background. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had the little demon in his hands. Even if he temporarily lost control, he could immediately recover. Master, don't move recklessly now. Stay muddle-headed and continue to deceive him. As long as you get through this, you'll be safe. Moreover, you'll be able to get a lot of resources from him. The little devil smiled coldly. The Songlong Region Lord wants to scheme against you. In the end, he'll be the one who regrets it. Then, just as the little devil said, the Songlong Region Lord really asked about Lin Fei's background. In this muddle-headed situation, Lin Fei told him everything in detail. The Region Lord didn't notice any problems. His background is clean. There's no problem indeed. The Songlong Region Lord was very satisfied. Such a talent, the Judgment Palace will gladly accept. A future master of the top profession was a big shock to everyone. Once he grew up, he would definitely be in existence that couldn't be ignored. He would also be the top master of the Songlong Star region. You're here to get your top profession certification. Who sent you here? The Songlong Region Lord continued to ask. My master. He said that I can come out. The Empire Expedition is a big stage. It's a big stage. Lin Fei continued to say. Master. The Songlong Region Lord was very curious about Lin Fei's background. He didn't expect that Lin Fei had a master behind him. It wasn't easy to get a top profession certification. The Songlong Star region hadn't had a top profession for a long time. He thought that Lin Fei was lucky, but he didn't expect that he had a master behind him. This was not a small problem. The Songlong Region Lord showed a trace of deep thought. This is a little troublesome. Lin Fei returned from the City Lord's mansion. His face was slightly gloomy. Old thing, he really has some tricks up his sleeve. He wants to control me. Unfortunately, I gave myself a master. He's definitely going to have a headache. The difference between Lin Fei and the Songlong Region Lord was too big. It didn't mean that he was afraid. For example, the Songlong Region Lord thought that he knew everything. In fact, it was all said by Lin Fei on purpose. There were no flaws. Master, the Songlong Region Lord thought that he controlled you. In the end, he didn't achieve anything. I wonder what kind of expression he will have. Lin Fei was very dissatisfied with the Songlong Region Lord. He almost fell into the trap. Who would have thought that the Region Lord would directly attack him? There was nothing wrong after that. Regarding the search for special creatures, is there any news? I don't have energy blocks. I'm restricted everywhere. Lin Fei originally wanted to come to the Expeditionary Empire to obtain a lot of resources. Who would have thought that the Expeditionary Empire's energy seemed to be controlled? Even the system's ability was suppressed. As a result, there were some problems in obtaining origin energy. This limited a part of Lin Fei's strength. Realm was not the most important. Energy was the most important. Master, wait a little longer. I have already released special creatures all over the Songlong star field. It won't take long to help Master find that special creature. City Lord's Mansion. The Songlong region lord showed a rare trace of solemnity. Shadow, go and do one thing. Investigate the master behind Lin Fei. For some reason, the Songlong region lord was worried. To be able to see that the other party had a peak profession, the other party was definitely not a nobody. His eyesight was sharp enough. To be able to have such eyesight in the Expeditionary Empire, the background was not simple. The Songlong region lord was worried about the master behind Lin Fei. If it was a rank 8 professional expert, then the Songlong star field would be in trouble. Hence, the Songlong region lord did not control the other party in the end. There was a mysterious master behind him, who knew if the other party was watching him from a corner. This master had to be found. The only rank 9 professional expert in the Expeditionary Empire was that supreme existence. There were many rank 8 professional experts. There were also some hidden cultivators and lone warriors. None of them were easy to deal with. Chapter 2383. After the banquet held by the Songlong region master, Lin Fei's reputation became even more prominent. Everyone knew that the Songlong region admired Lin Fei very much. Not long after, the Songlong region master made an important announcement. The top professional, Lin Fei, had agreed to join the Palace of Judgment and become a member. This news was shocking. More people admired the Songlong region master for unknowingly recruiting Lin Fei into the Palace of Judgment. In the future, the Songlong region might become one of the top 3 strongest regions among the 38 star domains. Lin Fei's reputation grew. The surrounding star domains all knew that the Songlong region had produced a heavenly son of a top professional. Moreover, he was a roaring warrior who specialized in attacking. With one horrifying roar, he had defeated more than 21st job professionals. In the future, he would be a top existence among the 8th job professionals. There was even a chance that he would become the second 9th job professional. If he was lucky, he might even be able to reach the Supreme Realm. The preliminaries of the Capital Institute had also begun. Soon, news about Lin Fei was suppressed by the preliminaries. The world was vast, but nothing was more important than the preliminaries. The preliminaries of the Capital Institute had begun in all 38 star domains. Everyone's attention was on the preliminaries. As long as a heavenly son could pass the preliminaries, regardless of whether he or she could enter the Capital Institute in the future, the major forces of the Empire would extend an olive branch to him. This was also an opportunity for the major forces to select talents for the Capital Institute. In a short period of time, the preliminaries of the Capital Institute swept across the entire empire. This time, the preliminaries took a whole month. Every star domain would select a batch of candidate. In the Songlong region, there were more than 500 people who passed the preliminaries. When the major forces of the Songlong region learned of the results, they were disappointed. Compared to the previous time, the number of people who passed the preliminaries was much smaller. Looking at the other star domains, the number of people who passed the preliminaries was about 800 to 900, with the most reaching up to 1,000. In total, there were more than 30,000 people in the 38 star domains. Including the heavenly sons of the capital, there were close to 40,000. Every time the Capital Institute was selected, it was a grand event. After passing the preliminaries, Lin Fei's days were very leisurely. After joining the Palace of Judgment, Lin Fei received a lot of resources, such as energy blocks. The Palace of Judgment gave him 500,000 energy blocks on his first try, which was not a small number. This was only the first batch of resources. At the same time, Lin Fei received a skill that matched the skills of the Roaring Warrior. It was a skill that was given to him after he joined. During the expedition to the Empire, the skills and cultivation techniques of the ordinary classes were very complete. Basically, you could get whatever you wanted. Of course, the prerequisite was that you could pay the price. Obtaining the skills and cultivation techniques of the first-rate and peak classes would be somewhat difficult. The skills of a master class were almost never made public. For the Songlong region master to be able to send over a skill from the Howling Warrior, his capabilities were not small. Recently, Lin Fei had been trying to master this skill. In reality, he was just putting on a show for others. In all of the Empire, there was no one else who could learn this skill so quickly other than him. This was the skill of the Roaring Warrior, called Spear Boomerang. It was a very powerful attack. When attacking, it could increase the power of the attack by a lot. Lin Fei liked this skill very much. It was very powerful, but it consumed a lot of origin energy. Ordinary classes could only use it 3 to 4 times at most before the energy in their body would be used up. Master, good news. I've found something. When Lin Fei tried to contact it, he finally received a piece of good news. Since the banquet, Lin Fei rarely left the certification office. He had been studying this skill and waiting for the information from the released creatures. That's great. Lin Fei did not look happy, but he was very excited. The day he had been waiting for had finally come. Lin Fei opened the system and pulled up the recording through Little Devil. Special creatures were a kind of subtle existence. Unless one was observant, they would not be able to detect the existence of these special creatures. For the sake of these special creatures, Lin Fei had consumed a lot of energy. Now, he had gained something. I want to see where these special creatures are. The scene appeared. The Ash Wolf Star region was very big. Many places were uninhabited, and the entire star region's population was concentrated in the center. The scene was very clear. The special creatures had arrived at a dangerous place in the star region. The Ash Wolf Star region was also famous for being a dangerous place. These dangers could be used against humans, but for special creatures, it was almost no trouble at all. The journey was smooth. In order to find the planting place, Lin Fei released a large number of special creatures, covering the entire Ash Wolf Star region. He did not let go of any place. After a month, he finally found something. This seems to be the dangerous place. The special creatures kept advancing. During this period, tyrannical star beasts kept appearing. They were of a higher level than demonic beasts and ferocious beasts, and they were more powerful. Along the way, there were almost 200,000 to 300,000 star beasts. They were also in groups. Dozens of star beasts could wipe out 600,000 to 700,000 human experts. 200,000 to 300,000 star beasts were just the beginning. Slowly, star beasts with a combat power of millions appeared. Their strength kept increasing. Star beasts with a combat power of 5 to 6 million appeared one after another, occupying the dangerous place. I found something. After passing through the entrenched powerful star beasts, a vast area appeared in the dangerous place. A group of dark red special creatures, dozens of feet tall, was doing unimaginable breathing. Traces of origin energy between heaven and earth were absorbed by the huge flower bud. Energy blocks condensed below, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It would not take long for them to become a complete energy block. They are really good at hiding. If we want to pass through this dangerous place, just dealing with these star beasts is a big headache. It seems that there are people from the army stationed here. In the next second, a wave of special energy rolled over, and the scene was cut off. Fortunately, there were many special creatures. Lin Fei finally saw that outside the dark red special creatures, the bases were abnormally dazzling. Soon, the special creatures were killed by the special energy. This is it. Lin Fei was very sure. Those dark red creatures with flower buds should be existences that could absorb the origin energy between heaven and earth. This was the first time he saw such special creatures. It was indeed very strange. There were star beasts outside, and people from the army were inside. Lin Fei even suspected that the special energy attack just now was a special array formation set up by the army. What a tight security. Send special creatures to keep an eye on the outside. Don't go in recklessly. Lin Fei did not think that the special creatures could enter. That kind of special energy could sweep through and kill everything. Moreover, the special creatures were like real creatures. It was hard to tell which one was real, and it was enough to fool everyone present. Find out the information about this place immediately. Chapter 2384. Song Lang Starfield, Nameless Ominous Grounds. This place was not very famous in the Song Lang Starfield, but it was very dangerous. Anyone who came in would not be able to leave in the end. It was as if they had disappeared mysteriously. In fact, this place was a secret plantation base controlled by the Empire. The nameless ominous grounds looked ordinary, but there were experts from the military stationed there. At the same time, a mysterious array was set up. It could be said to be the most dangerous place in the Song Lang Starfield. For example, during the recent period, for some reason, powerful star beasts kept breaking in, and the number of murderers killed was in the hundreds. This base was not that easy to break in. The star beasts had all died outside. Every time they were killed, someone would come to clean up the corpses. Those who were not in the know would not be able to see the changes. In the depths of the base, there was a temporary underground cave. The cave was not an ordinary cave, but a huge black palace built underground. Inside and outside the palace, there were murderous black-armored guards. The people of the Song Lang Starfield would never expect that there would be a secret base somewhere. Have you found out? As the only person in charge of the palace, Zhan Rong frowned and did not look very good. Since a while ago, star beasts kept breaking in. The base had already killed hundreds and thousands of star beasts. Until now, they had not found out the specific reason. Zhan Rong's only task was to guard the base. The star beast's intrusion was not a good sign. Zhan Rong immediately arranged for someone to investigate. He had to find out the situation. What he was most worried about was the secret of the base being exposed. Although the possibility of this was very small, the nameless ominous grounds had been set up inside and outside. Any movement would be discovered. Not only that, the Empire had provided a set of equipment specially used to monitor the surrounding situation, eliminating all danger. The possibility of exposure was very small. Even so, they had to find out the reason for the star beast's abnormalities. Sir, according to our investigation and analysis, we have always thought that our base is safe. There has not been any leakage. Why would the star beasts break in? They must have been oppressed by a large star beast and accidentally broke into our base. One of the subordinates said guiltily. In the past few days, they had not found any useful information. After the people in the base analyzed it, they thought that it was a normal phenomenon. After checking through the equipment, they found that no one had entered this area before, so it was impossible for it to be man-made. It was more likely that it was caused by star beasts. Zhan Rong had been guarding this place for 300 years, and nothing had happened during that time. This time, the star beast's attack was a bit strange, and he didn't want anything to happen to him in the last 50 years. In the 38 star regions, every base was very important. If anything went wrong, then your future would be gone. You could just sit on the bench, and if things got out of hand, you might even end up in the Imperial prison. There was once a person in charge who caused the base's information to be leaked and was attacked by outsiders. Although he defeated the enemy in the end, he was still labeled as incompetent and his future was overshadowed. Trash, is this the result of your investigation? Zhan Rongyao was about to vomit blood. What kind of investigation was this? Continue the investigation. The intuition of an expert was very sensitive. As a 7th transition job expert, he would sometimes be very sensitive in this aspect. Since he was in charge of overseeing the base, any small matter could turn into a huge matter. He had to be on guard. I hope nothing bad happens. This secret plantation base is really not simple. Ever since he discovered this secret base, Lin Fei had been thinking about it. Through the information sent back by the special creatures, he finally understood some basic information about the secret base. It was a very dangerous place. Lin Fei was glad that he didn't send his subordinates to investigate and had chosen the special creatures instead. If he really sent people over, it would definitely alert the enemy, and the enemy would be prepared. During this half a month, Lin Fei had stimulated those star beasts. After wave of probing, the information was verified, and a rough secret base appeared before his eyes. For the time being, Lin Fei hadn't come up with a good idea. The secret base had a powerful surveillance system set up inside and outside. Before one could kill their way in, the array formation inside had been activated, and preparations had been made. It would be extremely difficult for anyone to kill their way in. Based on the Little Devil's analysis, there should be a surveillance system developed by the Empire in the secret base. It was used to monitor this area, and it could even control the array formation. The other party didn't need to watch all day. With the system provided by the Empire, they could control everything here. Originally, Lin Fei felt that it shouldn't be difficult to get a sample to replicate. But now, it seemed that it was not a small problem. Not only did he have to deal with the surveillance system, but he also had to deal with the overseeing expert, who was a 7th job advancement expert. The most terrifying thing was that this system was connected to the secret base, and it didn't lack any energy. Even if an 8th job advancement expert came, they wouldn't be able to destroy the secret base in a short period of time. This is a difficult problem. Lin Fei felt a headache coming on. It's just a secret plantation base. Is there a need to make it so strict? Thousands of star beasts probed, and that was Lin Fei's method. Each time, they were killed by the secret base's array formation. As long as this array formation existed for a day, outsiders wouldn't be able to break in. Lin Fei definitely had to get a sample of the dark red creature. This was the first step in his expedition to the Empire, and he didn't want to be restricted by others. Master, it's not that there's no way. As long as someone attacks the secret base, I can invade it. At that time, it won't be difficult to get a sample back, Little Devil said. This was the plan that Little Devil came up with after analyzing it. Lin Fei agreed, but it wasn't easy to attack this secret base. The star beasts were so powerful, but they were still killed. If he wanted to make the other party feel a sense of danger, he needed a powerful figure to force the overseeing expert to appear. This was also the only chance. I have to think of a good way. That kind of special plant was not easy to get, and Lin Fei had to succeed in one try. The preliminary selection of the Capital Institute had already ended, and he would be heading to the Capital Institute in a few days. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would get another chance. Master, I have good news. Maybe we can start with him. A few days later, when Lin Fei was preparing to arrange cannon fodder, Little Devil sent a piece of good news. An image popped up, and it finally locked onto a person. On the image was a man in green with 2 subordinates, and Lin Fei didn't recognize him. Little Devil showed another person. This person has changed his appearance, and this is his original appearance. Chapter 2385. In a courtyard in Songlang City. Mu Chu, you're finally here. Mu Chu came in with 2 subordinates and saw an old man drinking. Elder Wang, we messed up. It's not your fault. Who would have thought that such a person would appear in that place? The gray-robed old man said faintly, I heard that the sovereigns of the Palace of Judgment didn't come back. They must have been killed by that person. It's not a bad thing. Mu Chu had just returned. After being unable to do anything about the matters in the Holy World, Mu Chu observed for a while, and then left the Holy World. It took him a long time to go back and forth. On the way, he received a message from the elder and came directly to Tsanglang City. Mu Chu heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Wang's status was not low. It was good that he was not angry. Have you heard about the recent events? Wang Haoran asked. Mu Chu's face darkened slightly. I've heard about it. We've been fighting with the Palace of Judgment for such a long time. I didn't expect them to recruit a top professional. If we let that person grow, it will be very disadvantageous for us. He is a powerful existence who can become a 9th stage professional in the future. A top professional who could break through to the 9th stage professional had a higher success rate than anyone else. Even if they couldn't become a 9th stage professional, they would still be a top existence among the 8th stage professionals. Such a potential stock would have a great impact on their forces. That fellow, Tsanglang, is really lucky to have encountered a peak professional at such a young age. He has boundless potential. We came to Tsanglang City for Lin Fei, Wang Haoran said with a serious expression. Elder, are we going to ambush that sovereign? Mu Chu asked. I also heard that Li Xiong of the Capital College branch values Lin Fei very much. If we touch Lin Fei, it is equivalent to provoking the entire Capital College. Once the Capital College takes action, we may suffer a great loss. Mu Chu had not been back for long. Through internal information, he knew the importance of Lin Fei in Tsanglang Star Zone. Any force that wanted to target Lin Fei would be annihilated the moment they failed. Wang Haoran sighed. There's nothing we can do about this. Ever since that bastard Tsanglang started to encircle and annihilate our forces, our days have been getting harder by the day. If we let Tsanglang achieve his goal, we'll forget about it. But don't worry, we're not ambushing Lin Fei this time, we're just trying to instigate him to defect. Instigate defection? After the little devil hinted that he had found Mu Chu, Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. If his idea worked, he would have a higher chance of obtaining a sample. The expeditionary empire might appear to be stable, but there were still plenty of internal conflicts. At the same time, there were foreign enemies eyeing them covetously. For example, back when the expeditionary empire had established the empire, they had overthrown the previous empire. Even now, the descendants of the previous empire had not been completely annihilated. Furthermore, they had established the Heavenly Gates path with the intention of overthrowing the expeditionary empire and restoring the glory of the empire. Lin Fei suspected that the power behind Mu Chu was related to the Sky Gates sect. I have to go and have a good chat with Mu Chu. No matter why Mu Chu came here, Lin Fei believed that there must be a purpose. After Mu Chu came to Tsanglang City and met Elder Wang, he stayed in another independent courtyard. Instigate Lin Fei to defect. This was one of the things that Mu Chu wanted to do. Rather than killing a future top professional powerhouse, it was better to instigate him to defect, which would be of great help to their forces. The advantages outweighed the disadvantages, and it was the best choice. How to do it had become a problem. That heavenly son, Lin Fei, had been living in the certification management office. Minister Li Xiong was worried that something would go wrong, so he had sent several masters to protect him. It was extremely difficult to sneak in. What should I do? What should I do? Mu Chu overturned his ideas one by one, but he still couldn't come up with a good solution. Brother Mu Chu, how have you been? Suddenly, a voice spread in the room, scaring Mu Chu. His face changed on the spot. He released his aura, but he couldn't find the person. There's no need to look, old friend. Mu Chu only felt that the voice was a little familiar, but he couldn't remember for a moment. In the room, light spots rose all over the sky and condensed into a human figure, which appeared in Mu Chu's vision. It's you, the leader of the Avengers. Why are you here? Mu Chu was shocked. Wasn't this the #1 master in the sacred world? He actually came to Tsanglang Star Zone and could sneak into his room without anyone noticing. This method was terrifying. Brother Mu Chu, don't make a fuss. If you can come to Tsang Lang Star Zone, why can't I come? Don't you think so? Lin Fei, who was dressed in a black robe, said with a smile. Mu Chu was very afraid of this leader of the Avengers. He was very strong in the sacred world, but in the Star Zone this little bit of strength was really nothing. You are very bold. This is not the sacred world. You have offended Tsang Lang Region Master. Aren't you afraid of being created? Mu Chu said. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You don't like Tsang Lang Region Master, and neither do I. Today I came to see you because I want to do something big with you. Did he really say that? After Lin Fei left, Mu Chu immediately went to see Elder Wang and explained the situation. Yes, he said he wanted to do something big. He seems to know that Elder is in Tsang Lang City, otherwise he wouldn't have left those words. Mu Chu's expression was not very good. His whereabouts had been exposed, and he didn't even know it. If the news spread to the city lord's mansion, it would definitely be a nightmare. Wang Haoren was also not calm. He had been very low-key since coming to Tsang Lang City, avoiding all tracking and usually not going out. Even Tsang Lang Region Master wouldn't be able to find him. Now, he was actually seen through by an outsider. Through Mu Chu's words, he clearly knew that Wang Haoren was here. If Lin Fei knew about this, he would probably not know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't even know that Wang Haoren was here. Elder Wang, the leader of the Avengers, is not simple. Tsang Lang City is not an ordinary place. With such amazing methods, he probably has a powerful expert supporting him. Mu Chu analyzed. I think there's a saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. No matter what, that person definitely can't be on the same side as Tsang Lang Region Master. Wang Haoren nodded. That makes sense. I really want to see what big things that guy wants to do. In Mu Chu's room, it was rare for Wang Haoren to come. He wanted to see what tricks that person had up his sleeve. He's here. Just like last time, the light spots condensed into a black-robed man. He really came quietly. Wang Haoren was shocked. Good fellow, there are no fluctuations, as if he's just here. He actually has such means. Could he be an expert who is proficient in stealth? No, even those people might not be able to hide from my eyes. Why? Lin Fei's performance shocked Wang Haoren. There really is an expert in Tsang Lang City, and it's a guy with a combat power of 40 million. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Fortunately, he didn't come in person. Now, he wasn't afraid that the other party would find his traces. Your Excellency, good means. Chapter 2386. Key? F? Co? W? Percent? B? Q? U? BFB? The 0O? He couldn't see through this guy from the sacred realm. There were many people in the Empire who could avoid him, but not many in the Tsang Lang Star Zone. Yet, this guy did it. He left no trace. He came and went without a trace. Wang Haoren didn't dare to underestimate him. He treated him as someone on the same level as himself. Even if his realm was lower than his, he had to take him seriously. Ha ha. If I didn't have any ability, how would I dare to come here? I'm afraid that someone will eat me whole, Lin Fei said with a chuckle. This little trick is nothing in your eyes. Wang Haoren had a preliminary understanding of him. This guy was cunning and not easy to deal with. Now that you're here, can you tell me about the big thing you were talking about? Wang Haoren didn't want to talk about anything else. He just wanted to hear about the big thing. If Mu Chu hadn't told him some things about this guy, Wang Haoren wouldn't have taken it seriously. He was able to come to the Tsang Lang Star Zone from a small world far away and was an enemy of the Palace of Judgment. As the saying went, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If this big thing could help them, Wang Haoren wouldn't mind helping. Actually, it's quite simple. I want to attack the secret energy plantation base in the Tsang Lang Star Zone. Lin Fei said. Wang Haoren and Mu Chu's expressions changed slightly. This was too big. You want to attack the secret plantation base? That's the Empire's secret base. There are many powerful people there. Whoever goes there will die. Mu Chu couldn't imagine how this guy could be so bold. There were people who wanted to attack that place during the expedition to the Empire. In the end, none of them succeeded. They were all killed by the army of the Empire. This was definitely a big deal. You found the Empire's secret plantation base in the Tsang Lang Star Zone? Wang Haoren calmed down a lot. He was interested in the secret base. He was shocked. That place was as mysterious as some arcana realms. No one had ever found it. Yes, in a secret place in the Tsang Lang galaxy, Lin Fei briefly explained. If it's an attack on the secret cultivation base, then I'm sorry, but we won't interfere in this matter. Wang Haoren did not think that he could stand against the powerhouses of the army. Once he showed up, he would definitely die. Wang Haoren knew very well how terrifying the Imperial Army's people were. Once their whereabouts were exposed, they would not rest until they were dead. Many heroes had died under the pursuit of the military. Wang Haoren would definitely not do such a thing. There were no benefits and it was very dangerous. Aren't you going to listen? I believe this is a very good thing for you. Lin Fei was not surprised in the slightest. The might of the Empire's great army was not undeserved. It had an illustrious reputation, so it was normal for the other party to have such a reaction. I only need you to help me attract the enemy's firepower. After this, I am willing to pay you a considerable sum of energy wall stones. 50 million energy wall stones is not a small number. Lin Fei needed a powerhouse to attract the enemy's firepower. Even if it only took a few breaths' time, he would be able to obtain a sample. 50 million energy wall stones. Lin Fei felt that it was a good deal. When Wang Haoren heard 50 million energy wall stones, he was also slightly shocked. This was indeed not a small number. Hiring a first or second transition powerhouse with a few million battle prowess would only require a few 100,000 energy wall stones. 10 million energy wall stones was more than enough to hire a sixth or seventh transition powerhouse. Mu Chu was shocked that this Avengers Alliance leader actually had such a large sum of money. 50 million energy wall stones could do a lot of things. Can I hear the plan? Wang Haoren had to admit that he was tempted. 50 million energy wall stones could do many things. For example, Wang Haoren had recently taken a fancy to a weapon. It was a technological energy weapon used in the Expeditionary Empire. When used in conjunction with a profession, the effects would be very powerful. That technological weapon required tens of millions of energy wall stones. If he really bought it, he would definitely go bankrupt. Don't doubt the wealth of a powerhouse, especially someone like Wang Haoren, who was wanted by the Star Field. Lin Fei briefly explained the plan. It was nothing more than to attract the enemy's firepower at a critical moment. After that, he could leave. As long as the overseeing powerhouse was distracted, the rest would not be troublesome. As for the surveillance of the secret base, under the invasion of the imps, it would be vulnerable. Even if the Expeditionary Empire was furious, it would not be a big deal. As the domain master of the Blue Wolf star field, there would definitely be trouble, and it would not be a small one. Although it would not be a big deal, it would be a loss of face. You can think about it carefully. I will come back in 3 days. In fact, it was not even 3 days before Wang Haoren agreed. For 50 million energy wall stones, it was worth it. After some arrangements, there was almost no danger. He now had 40 million battle prowess. Even if he encountered someone whose battle prowess was a few million higher than his, it would be very easy for him to escape. In addition, he could also use this opportunity to strike a blow to the morale of the Palace of Trials. No matter what, he could make them look like they were lax, which was also a way to win. Most importantly, as long as the secret base of the Empire was exposed, those who were secretly dissatisfied with it would definitely take action. Even if they could not shake the Expeditionary Empire, it would still give them a lot of stimulation. After Wang Haoran agreed, Lin Fei was completely relieved. After paying 1/3 of the profit, he arranged a date to take action and left. He was not worried that the other party would be lazy. If Wang Haoran really wanted to be lazy, Lin Fei had plenty of ways to deal with him. Even if the other party's battle prowess was higher than his, he might not have to do it himself. 6 days later, in the evening, Lin Fei and Wang Haoran arrived at a valley outside the secret base. It was not far from here. Lin Fei did not want to expose himself prematurely. He had to prepare for the most suitable time to take action. There was only one chance to take a sample, and if he missed it, there would not be another chance. Elder Wang, you only need to follow the main force and wait for the overseeing powerhouse to take action. Let me say this first, you must wait for the overseeing powerhouse to take action. It would be best if he can hold on for half an incense stick of time. At that time, you can leave. Of course, I will also inform you, Lin Fei said. Wang Haoran nodded. I have been paid to eliminate disasters. This elder will not let you down. Okay, then let's do it. For this surprise attack, Lin Fei had spent a lot of money. Through the system, he immediately controlled all the star beasts outside the secret base. This alone consumed a lot of energy. Controlling each star beast required a special creature, which was not an easy task. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 60,000. Chapter 2387. Boom boom boom. More than 300,000 star beasts formed a terrifying beast tide that charged into the depths of the base. The star beasts that had been guarding the area alone were also frightened by the black mass of star beasts and joined the main force of the beast tide. The original 300,000 star beasts eventually reached 500,000 star beasts. Among them, there were more than 20 star beasts with battle prowess of 7 to 8 million. Even though their numbers were huge, they would not be able to withstand a single blow from a powerful enemy. The hundreds of thousands of star beasts moved very quickly. Under deliberate guidance, they killed their way into the depths of the secret base. Like a flood, they attacked and destroyed the secret restrictions. What's that sound? Is there it? The soldiers in the secret base were all at the first and second job transitions. Suddenly, they heard the sound and the ground seemed to be shaking. On the huge surveillance screen, the people in the base finally saw the black mass of star beasts. Bang bang bang! The surveillance equipment set up one after another exploded, and the surveillance on the big screen dimmed one after another. Not good, the beast tide is here. Prepare for battle immediately. Inform all the soldiers to prepare for battle and exterminate these star beasts. The people in the base did not really care about the hundreds of thousands of star beasts. Putting everything else aside, just the restrictions of the secret base and the super-large protective barrier were not something that the star beasts could break through. In the end, the star beasts were destined to work for nothing. It was not that the secret base had never been attacked before. That time, it had not been suppressed. It was the same this time as well. As one of the people in charge of the base, Yang Jian subconsciously frowned. This matter was strange, but he was not anxious. He passed down the orders and prepared for battle. This shouldn't be the case. Standing in front of the huge surveillance screen, Yang Jian could not understand. The hundreds of thousands of star beasts swept over, destroyed the surveillance equipment, and finally killed their way to the periphery of the base. These beasts don't know what's good for them. Activate the first restriction array and kill them. Someone at the front desk was controlling the restriction array. With just a single command, they could unleash a powerful attack. No matter how many star beasts came, they would be killed without hesitation. In the end, they would become fertilizer for the earth. When the star beasts approached the base, a protective barrier rose up, covering the entire base. At the same time, blue beams of light shot out from the base, forming a dense and continuous stretch. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The blue beams of light were filled with an aura of destruction, and they shot out like resplendent meteors. The star beast's powerful defenses were useless in front of the blue beams of light, and they were all pierced through by the blue beams of light. A powerful star beast was instantly turned into a hornet's nest, and it unwillingly fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 star beasts had been killed by the blue beams. The number of star beasts dying was still increasing. In the dark, Wang Haoren revealed a solemn expression. Rumor has it that every secret base of the Imperium is extremely dangerous, and it seems to be true. I wonder what solution that guy has. Wang Haoren would definitely not agree to break through the array formations restriction. A level 1 attack is enough to kill and injure the star beast. Let's see if they still dare to attack the base in the future. What a bunch of bastards! Yang Jian sneered. The star beasts had suffered more than 30,000 casualties. The ground was littered with the corpses of star beasts. Blood flowed like a river, and the stench of blood filled the air. Little devil, shut down the other party's system immediately. I don't want the astral beast that I spent so much effort to control to die outside the base. Lin Fei was also shocked by the power of the base. Got it! When Lin Fei saw the blue beams, he had Little Devil analyze their power. Each attack had a combat power of 3 million, and killing the star beasts was as easy as flipping his hand. He had to shut down the system now. Without the system, Lin Fei could proceed to the next step. Whoosh! Yang Jian stood in front of the screen with a sneer on his face. However, in the next second the huge screen turned black. Sir, bad news. Our system has shut down. Oh no, the star beasts have broken through the perimeter of the base. That's right, the system shut down automatically. Within the base, the group of staff could no longer remain calm. The system that had always been regarded as omnipotent had actually shut down automatically at this time. This meant that the base had lost its best defense, and the star beasts outside could break in. With hundreds of thousands of star beasts wreaking havoc, the base might suffer great losses. Immediately restart the system. Yang Jian was furious. Of all the times to shut down the system, it had to shut down at this moment. As for the invasion, he did not believe that it was possible. Immediately order the base's soldiers to encircle and annihilate the star beasts. Before the system restarts, stop them from invading. Even if we die, we have to hold on. Yang Jian was extremely anxious and roared. First team, go. Second team, go. Third team, go. The base's array formation had lost its defensive effect, and the star beasts were enraged. They swarmed in and devoured the energy blocks one by one. A moment later, a group of the base's soldiers appeared in front of the star beasts with special weapons in their hands. The special weapons fired red beams at the star beasts. The first batch of star beasts were turned into sieves and fell to the ground. Kill them! The base's soldiers moved quickly, but the speed of the aircraft was even faster. Without much control, they dodged the star beasts' attack. Instead, the star beasts fell to the ground one after another. With the weapons in their hands, the base's soldiers blocked the invasion of a large number of star beasts. In front of the base's soldiers, the ground was littered with corpses. Damn, this looks like an energy gun. The soldiers of the Expeditionary Empire are actually equipped with such weapons? Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, was also extremely shocked. Lin Fei was 100% sure that those were energy guns. There was a special energy wall embedded in one of the weapons, and every shot would consume a portion of the energy. It's time for Elder Wang to make a move. If this continues, it won't be easy to kill them. Lin Fei realized that without an expert, these star beasts wouldn't be able to do anything. In fact, they wouldn't even be able to break through the base's defensive line. Alright, you can make a move now. Lure that expert out. Lin Fei transmitted his voice over. Wang Haoren was extremely shocked. The base's defenses had been shut down for no reason, and the enemy had mobilized the base's soldiers to act as a defensive line. This was an inconceivable matter. This is a good opportunity. Be it the aircraft beneath the feet of the base's soldiers or the Blacktooth energy gun in their hands, they were all priceless items on the black market. They were extremely useful. Even if Lin Fei didn't say anything, Wang Haoren would still make a move. Without the defensive barrier, the base's soldiers were nothing in his eyes. No one could stop him. Aircraft, Blacktooth energy gun, this elder wants them. Wang Haoren's figure appeared, a sword sheath behind him opened, and dozens of swords flew out. Sword intense soared into the sky, tearing apart the void, forming a black line that circled around the base's warriors and their heads fell to the ground. Chapter 2388. Invisible Swordsman, a second-rate job. Dozens of soldiers were instantly killed. Wang Haoren waved his hand and kept the aircraft and Blacktooth energy gun. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes. These two items made this trip worth it. Wang Haoren no longer dared to underestimate the mysterious leader of the Avengers. If not for the other party's methods, it would have been extremely difficult to snatch the aircraft and energy gun from the enemy's soldiers. Kill! Dozens of swords turned into sharp black shadows. With just a light sweep, the soldiers' heads would fall to the ground or even be cut into two. Kill him! We can't let him in. Hurry up and report that a mysterious expert has appeared. He's suspected to be the invisible swordsman. With Wang Haoren's appearance, a gap was created in the blockade formed to deal with the Star Beasts. The Star Beasts charged in through the gap. The unified blockade was no longer effective. Hundreds of thousands of Star Beasts charged in like a flood, breaking through the blockade formed by the soldiers. No matter how many people they had, they couldn't stop the Star Beasts. The plantation base was in chaos. The Star Beasts charged into the base and targeted the energy crystals, plundering them wantonly. The plantation base was in complete chaos. Wang Haoren's appearance constantly defeated the attacks of the base soldiers. This fellow is really willing to put in so much effort. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the situation. At the same time, he silently snuck into the vicinity of the plantation base. Lin Fei was very interested in the aircraft and energy gun, but now was not the time to make a move. He didn't want anyone to know about this matter. Lin Fei wasn't worried about Wang Haoren. The leader of the Avengers was just an identity. No one could link it to Lin Fei, who had recently appeared. Invisible Swordsman. He's at least a fifth transformation Invisible Swordsman. Damn it, why is such a person here? Yang Jian stared at the screen. The Invisible Swordsman's attacks were constantly taking away the lives of the base soldiers. Hurry up and dispatch the law enforcers to stop the Invisible Swordsman. Yang Jian ordered again. Although the Invisible Swordsman was a second-rate job, at this realm, it could bridge the gap between first-rate and second-rate jobs. It's definitely a conspiracy. Soon, Yang Jian roared again. The experts sent out were unable to take down the Invisible Swordsman. Instead, there were many casualties. We have to inform Lord Zhan. Wang Haoren was in an extremely good mood. He had collected over 100 flying devices and Blacktooth energy guns. Boom! In the depths of the base, a storm swept over, and in the storm stood a middle-aged man in black armor. His eyes flashed with a cold light. So, you're a survivor of the Tianmen path. You deserve to die. Boom boom boom. Wang Haoren was surrounded by a huge black storm. His expression turned grave. The saber lights were like the wind, one after another, covering the sky and covering the earth. They were densely packed, and their might was extraordinary. Zhan Rongyao was very dissatisfied. The remnants of the Tianmen path had actually dared to break into the cultivation base. This was a provocation. Instead of hiding properly, they had dared to come to the cultivation base. No matter what would happen in the end, Zhan Rongyao would inevitably be criticized by his superiors. He hated the remnants of the Tianmen path very much. Wang Haoren called back dozens of black longswords and slashed apart the saber lights that the other party shot at him. However, it was also very strenuous for him. The other party's strength was above his, and even a small attack made him feel pressured. Blade like wind, one blade slash. Zhang Rongyao was a first-rate blade warrior. The storm that everyone saw was actually formed by the blade wind. It could cut through everything, and it was very terrifying. All the wind turned into a black saber. It was incomparably huge, and with one slash, a giant spatial crack appeared in the void. Zhang Rongyao's attack was very terrifying. The aura of just one slash caused Wang Haoren's expression to change again. I've always heard that blade warriors are invincible. Today, I, the invisible swordsman, will experience it for myself. Wang Haoren was not willing to fall behind. Dozens of long swords soared into the sky, forming a huge sword wheel, and met Zhang Rongyao's blade attack. Wang Haoren had still underestimated the other party's strength. The other's blades slashed on the sword wheel, and a huge force knocked away all the long swords. The entire sword wheel flew backward and crashed into the star beast's body. Wang Haoren's body swayed, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. There was even a small blade mark on his forehead. It was cut by the blade in an instant. Too powerful. I, the fifth revolution invisible swordsman, am actually not his opponent. I was seriously injured by one slash. Wang Haoren recalled his longsword, took out a black sword pellet, and sprinkled it toward Zhang Rongyao. Under the guidance of Qi, it exploded, and a rain of swords stabbed toward Zhang Rongyao. At the same time, he retreated and left the base. Retreat. Wang Haoren was not confident that he could block the opponent's second slash. Who allowed you to leave? Zhang Rongyao rushed out, and the rain of swords was smashed by the storm. He chased after Wang Haoren. Good chance. This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. Wang Haoren, who had 40 million battle power, was actually at a disadvantage with one slash. This also let Lin Fei see the power of a professional advancement. There was no comparison at all. He attacked again. A huge energy fluctuation came from afar. Lin Fei knew that the base's expert had made a move. Rise. In a corner, Lin Fei waved his hand and forcefully took away a source tree. One was enough. No one would be able to see any clues. As soon as he took away the source tree, a terrifying aura descended, and a huge storm covered the base. Wherever the storm passed, the remaining star beasts were broken into two pieces, and blood flowed like a river. The base's defense system was successfully rebooted, and the previous defense was restored. Zhang Rongyao stood above the base and looked down at the chaotic base. He couldn't help but frown. The remnants of the Tianmen path, what are they planning this time? I can't see it for a while. Contact the Expeditionary Guard immediately. This matter must be investigated. Just say that the remnants of the Tianmen path have appeared and are suspected to have designs on the plantation base. When Zhang Rongyao descended, Lin Fei left. This guy's battle power was even more terrifying than Wang Haoren's. Lin Fei blocked everything, and his heart was in his throat. He finally left the area with great difficulty, and only when he was hundreds of millions of miles away from the base did he heave a sigh of relief. A seventh professional expert has been arranged for a plantation base, and there's also a powerful formation system. It's really not a place that just anyone can break in. Looking at the source tree in the system, Lin Fei smiled. He had spent so much energy, but it was not a wasted trip. With a source tree, it was equivalent to having a strong Jingguang path. Cough, cough, cough. In order to help you delay that guy, this elder has suffered a great loss. In a very remote place in the Canglong star zone, Wang Haoren's face was pale. He seemed to have aged decades, and his aura had also become extremely weak. Although Wang Haoren had escaped in the end, the opponent's attack was very overbearing. He had still taken a blow from the opponent, and his vitality had been greatly injured. He had almost been killed. This is a 50 million energy wall stone. Chapter 2389. The people from the Skygate sect are too arrogant. They actually dared to attack the cultivation base. They're courting death. Have you heard? The Expeditionary Guards have begun to take action. They've issued a bounty for the capture of an invisible swordsman. Humph, that's nothing. I heard that the higher-ups were very angry when the news reached them. It's said that they've mobilized a group of experts to investigate this matter thoroughly. The people from the Skygate sect have nothing better to do. Now that the higher-ups are here, no one can escape from them. In the past few days, the hottest news was that the cultivation base that did not belong to the Empire had been attacked. Even the Imperial College selection had been overshadowed. No one knew how the news got out, but the entire Tsang-Lang star zone was in an uproar. Then, it spread to all the other star zones. Those who knew the news secretly gasped. This was a blatant provocation to the Empire. 800 years had passed since the invasion of the cultivation base. During this period, no one had dared to attack the cultivation base of the Empire. This time it was a big deal. The loss of the aircraft and the Black-Tooth energy gun was no longer a small matter. The damage to the source tree was secondary. The main point was that the standard weapons of the military headquarters had been lost. This was a big deal. Tsang-Lang City was also in a rare state of panic. The Tsang-Lang region lord ordered a thorough investigation of the entire Tsang-Lang City and the entire star zone. Anyone with an unknown identity would be locked up in Tsang-Lang prison. In a short time, thousands of people were locked up in prison. This matter was too big. Even the Tsang-Lang region lord knew that he had to take action. Such a big thing had happened in the Tsang-Lang star zone. The higher-ups would definitely have some opinions. Although the Tsang-Lang region lord was not afraid of the higher-ups, he still had to do something to save face. In the Tsang-Lang star zone, the bandits, habitual criminals, and other notorious people were completely out of luck this time. Regardless of the consequences, they all became targets of attack. For a moment, the bandits in the Tsang-Lang star zone disappeared without a trace. No one dared to stay in the Tsang-Lang star zone. If they were caught, it would not be as simple as losing a layer of skin. Tsang-Lang, you have a lot of responsibility for this matter. In the city lord's mansion, the Tsang-Lang region lord was entertaining a group of people from the capital. This group of people was not ordinary. They were especially worthy of the Tsang-Lang region lord's personal reception. It was not a small matter that involved people from the capital. For example, at this moment, Brother Bai, I can curse people. The Tsang-Lang region master smiled bitterly and said, I've been implicated even when I'm lying down. The bastards of the Elysium path are really unethical. Of all the things they could have done, they just had to do this kind of thing. Aren't they putting me on a fire to roast? The Tsang-Lang region lord had been in a bad mood these days. Ever since the news had spread that day, the Tsang-Lang region lord felt as if he had been hit in the head with a stick. This kind of thing had not happened in the Empire for hundreds of years, and it just had to happen in his own star field. Most importantly, the plantation base had lost a batch of spacecrafts and Black Fang energy guns. The matter had blown up. The green-robed brother by in front of him was the person in charge that the imperial capital had arranged to investigate the culprit behind this matter and recover the items that had been lost. The higher-ups have a lot of opinions, especially about your management skills. You know, with that person gone, the crown prince is in charge, and the princes aren't happy about it. Bai Qinglong took a sip of wine. This time, the Tsang-Lang region lord had indeed been shot while lying down. Fortunately, he knew the person who came down from above. They wouldn't target him, it was just that they didn't want to lose face. Most likely, all the other region lords were watching him as a joke. Do you have any concrete information? Not yet, but we can confirm that it's the people from the Heaven's Gate sect. We don't know the whereabouts of the weapons yet. After the banquet, Bai Qinglong left with his people. He was ready to enter the plantation base to understand the situation. The fact that he had come here to drink was a great honor to the Tsang-Lang region lord. Damn the Heaven's Gate sect. After Bai Qinglong left, the Tsang-Lang region lord couldn't help but curse at the people in the dark. The Empire's plantation base. Zhang Rongyao didn't look too good either. The investigation team from the Empire had arrived with the will of the Crown Prince. As the person in charge of the base, Zhang Rongyao was in a lot of trouble. For example, right now, Zhang Rongyao was explaining what had happened that day. You said they used astral beasts to open the way? Wait, how did they break through the defense of the base? Shut down automatically? How is that possible? The management personnel of the base were all questioned by the investigation team. Mingshan, do you think it's possible that they colluded with outsiders? Bai Qinglong frowned and asked Xiao Mingshan. There's no evidence. Xiao Mingshan shook his head. Ever since the incident, I've brought people to control everyone in the base. I even used special methods, but I didn't find anything. The only clue is that before the base was invaded, there were astral beasts appearing one after another. If it's not collusion, then it's troublesome. Bai Qinglong knew that this matter was out of their control, especially since the other party could shut down the base's system. Who could guarantee that the base's system wouldn't shut down again? They had to be careful of this loophole. As long as they didn't get to the bottom of this matter, the base would be in danger. It's troublesome indeed. Xiao Mingshan hadn't been idle these days. He had sent out all the expeditionary guards to investigate this matter, but until now, they still didn't have any useful clues. But we can be sure that the person who did it is from the Heaven's Gate sect, and he's a rank 5 invisible swordsman. Based on our understanding of the Heaven's Gate sect, the only rank 5 invisible swordsman there seems to be Wang Haoran's foreign affairs elder. Wang Haoran? Bai Qinglong narrowed his eyes. He's got guts, but, as far as I know, the Heaven's Gate sect has always been a stray dog. They don't have the ability to do such a big thing. Every cultivation base of the Empire is top secret. They can't find it, and they don't have the ability to break into the base's system. Xiao Mingshan smiled bitterly. Breaking into the base's system is no small matter. If he can break into the cultivation base of the Songlong star zone, then he can break into the cultivation base of the other star zones. Sigh. Elder Wang, you've made a great contribution to the Heaven's Gate sect. In a secret branch of a small world outside the Songlong star zone. After Wang Haoran collected the 50 million energy wall stones, he immediately left the Songlong star zone and returned to the Heaven's Gate sect branch to heal his injuries. When the news spread, Wang Haoran was directly on the Empire's wanted list and was ranked in the top 20. He was famous, but unfortunately it was a bad reputation. Within the Heaven's Gate sect, Wang Haoran suddenly became a hero. Chapter 2390. Wang Haoran was recuperating in the courtyard. Jean Glory was a blade warrior, a 7th job professional powerhouse. To be able to escape from the other party, he had paid a great price. It was only natural that he was seriously injured. With the 50 million energy wall stones, there was nothing he could not get. His injuries would recover day by day, and it would not take long for him to completely recover. Wang Haoran, who was resting in the courtyard, heard the sound at the door. He looked back and was surprised. He immediately stood up. Elder Song, why are you here? Elder Song was a high-level elder. He was much more valuable and had more power than the elders themselves. Song Jiping strode forward. Haoran, you have made a great contribution to the Heavenly Gate path. I heard that you are wanted in the Songlong star zone. I was worried that something might happen to you, so I came personally. Wang Haoran was flattered. Elder Song was a high and mighty person in the Heavenly Gate path. It was impossible for him to talk to someone like him normally. Now, he was talking to him in such a pleasant manner. He did not even dare to think about it. Everything else was easy to say. Song Jiping had come on behalf of the Heavenly Gate path and had brought top-grade healing pills. He had praised Wang Haoran and given him all kinds of rewards that would make people jealous. What shocked Wang Haoran the most was that the Heavenly Gate path had decided to make him the overall person in charge of the Songlong star zone. This was a meteoric rise, equivalent to a high-level elder of the Heavenly Gate path. Wang Haoren's strength was not weak at all. He was more than qualified to be the person in charge of a star zone. It was just that he had never had the chance. This time, he had gotten what he wanted. Although he was wanted by the Songlong Star Zone and even the Expeditionary Empire, becoming the person in charge of a star zone did not require him to do anything. He only needed to control the overall situation, which was very safe. After announcing the rewards, and with Song Jiping lowering his stance, the two chatted happily as if they had been old friends for many years. That person is called the leader of the Avengers? From a distant world? Song Jiping had not only come to reward Wang Haoren, but also to understand the specific situation. The Heavenly Gate path had become famous. They were very happy to be able to deal with anything that happened in the Expeditionary Empire. After hearing Wang Haoren's words, Song Jiping was quite surprised. He had thought that it would be the work of a potential enemy of the Expeditionary Empire. He did not expect it to be a foreigner, a native who was hundreds of years away from the Expeditionary Empire. Yes, my subordinate, Deacon Mu Chu, knows this the best. Very soon, Mu Chu was called over, and when he saw this important figure, he was very shocked. Song Jiping was a 7th job transition expert from the Heavenly Gates path, and it was very difficult for him to even catch a glimpse of him. Mu Chu told Song Jiping everything he knew without missing a word. The more Song Jiping listened, the more shocked he became. He rubbed his chin and said, "It seems that the background of the leader of the Avengers is not simple." Song Jiping realized that the leader of the Avengers was not an ordinary person. There were spies from the Heavenly Gate sect in Songlang City, and Song Jiping knew quite a lot about them. For example, the cultivation bases system had been breached. This was definitely a divine skill. Everyone knew that the Expeditionary Empire's technological civilization was very advanced. It was a pity that the most powerful system defense was controlled by the royal family, and it was the same for technological weapons. Then do you have any way of contacting the leader of the Avengers? Song Jiping really wants to meet this mysterious man. If we can reach an agreement or get a way to attack the bases system, that would be great. Mu Chu smiled bitterly and said, "We really don't know about this. He didn't leave any contact information. Last time, he took the initiative to look for me." Wang Haoren proved that Mu Chu's words were not wrong. In the end, he concluded, "Elder Song, the leader of the Avengers is not simple. Even I, a 5th-stage professional, can't see through this guy. The power behind this guy is even more terrifying." Song Jiping was deep in thought. Then, while the outside world was in an uproar, in a courtyard in the Certification Management Office, Lin Fei was in a good mood. The first source tree had bin successfully replicated. It's finally done. With the first one, the rest is easy. The biggest problem was that he had completely conquered it. He only needed the energy to replicate it. Lin Fei did not take it out. Once this place was taken out, he would be in big trouble. He was very clear about the movements outside. The Songlong Region Master, the Expeditionary Guards, and even the Imperial Capital had sent an investigation team down. If the aura of the source tree were to be exposed at this time, it would be a nightmare. Now, Lin Fei could only endure it. He did not dare to leak even a trace of the aura of the source tree. Who knew if the investigation team of the Expeditionary Empire had advanced technology in their hands? Now that I have the source tree, it's time to find a place to use as a base. The Expeditionary Empire's source energy was very rich and difficult to absorb. That was why there was a unique creature like the source tree. Lin Fei relied on the system to solve the replication problem. What was left was to plant it and accumulate it. The premise was that he needed a base. As for manpower, Lin Fei was not lacking at all. However, a base was not easy to get. Not only did it have to be hidden, but it also had to be in a good location. What a headache! How far have you analyzed the aircraft and the Blacktooth energy gun? The planting of the source tree was temporarily a problem. Lin Fei could only turn his attention to the aircraft and the Blacktooth energy gun. The aircraft has been analyzed to about 78, and the Blacktooth energy gun has been analyzed to about 87. At most, it will take 3 days. Little Devil said proudly. If it wasn't for Master's reluctance to spend a lot of energy, it wouldn't have taken so many days. It's all to be prepared. Especially at a time like this, it's good to have more power. After raiding the Empire's plantation, not only had he obtained the source tree, but he had also obtained the aircraft and the Blacktooth energy gun. This was a great harvest. The aircraft could fly for long distances, and as long as there were enough energy wall stones, its speed was not slow either. It was equivalent to the speed of a second job transition player. The Blacktooth energy gun was very powerful, and it could kill a first or second job transition player. The benefits involved were great. The plantation was protected by the system, and the weapons and equipment were not top-notch. After all, no one had ever charged into a plantation before. It could be said that this was an accident. I've used up a lot of energy wall stones. I have to get them back from here. Lin Fei planned to sell a batch of aircraft and the Blacktooth energy gun through the underground black market. There was such a place in the Ashwolf Star region, and the Expeditionary Guard had tacitly allowed it to exist. There were great benefits involved, and it was not something that just anyone could suppress. Set off in 5 days? The next morning, Yuan Fei came to pass a message. Who could get Yuan Fei to pass a message? Naturally, it was Minister Li Xiong. Recently, he had been riding high, and Yuan Fei did not mind doing this kind of small thing himself. He wanted to build a good relationship with Lin Fei. Thank you, Lord Yuan, for coming to inform me. I'll be ready. Leaving Ashwolf City, a troublesome place, could save him a lot of trouble. Then you'd better prepare well. For the next few days, it's best not to go out. The remnants of the Heavenly Gate sect are making trouble, and they might have their eyes on you. Chapter 2391. Ashwolf Star Region, Wood Capital City. Wood Capital City had another name, the Underground Black Market. All the illegal transactions in Ashwolf Star Region were conducted here. As for who was in control of the Underground Black Market, no one knew. In any case, the Expedition Guard would turn a blind eye to it. All along, Wood Capital City had become the best place for people to sell their stolen good. As long as it was a good item, there was no need to worry about selling it. No one would bother to find out where the item came from. As long as one could afford it, everything could be negotiated. Even some prohibited items could be sold. Recently, there had been many spies in Wood Capital City. They were all here to investigate the matter regarding the flying device and the Blacktooth energy gun. With such a huge commotion in Ashwolf Star region, the secret was no longer a secret. The missing flying device and the energy gun became the focus of everyone's attention. Some rich and mysterious people started to offer rewards for the items, causing the Wood Capital City to be extremely lively. What a great Wood Capital City! Their methods are truly heaven-defying. When the black-robed Lin Fei walked into Wood Capital City, he automatically scanned the area. He could not help but gasp. There was actually an 8th transition job expert guarding the entire Wood Capital City. Others might not be able to sense it, but Lin Fei was different. With the invincibility system, he could easily detect an 8th transition job expert with a single scan. Other than that, there were also 5 7th transition job experts and tens of 6th transition job experts. It could be said that this was a major power that dominated an area. It was no wonder that the Expedition Guard would turn a blind eye to it. Wood Capital City was very easy to find. After getting a substitute, Lin Fei snuck out and arrived at Wood Capital City, which was located in a remote area of Ashwolf Star region. So what if he is an 8th transition job expert? From the looks of it, he is in seclusion. I only need to be careful of those 7th transition job experts. This time, Lin Fei was here to cash out the energy wall stones. Who asked Lin Fei to lack energy wall stones? Wood Capital Trade Association. This was the only trade association in Wood Capital City. No matter what it was, this trade association dared to purchase it. They could also help the other party sell it and auction it. All they needed to do was to pay a small processing fee. Safety and confidentiality. This was the Wood Capital Trade Association's motto. Those who knew that someone was disposing of stolen goods in the Wood Capital Merchant Guild could only grit their teeth and not dare to do anything. After all, there was an 8th job advancement expert in the Wood Capital City, and they were not to be trifled with. I want to see the person in charge and tell him that there's a big deal. If he misses this village, he'll regret it for the rest of his life. Lin Fei entered the Chamber of Commerce like a specter and said to a staff member at the front desk, "Brother, if you have anything to say, you can tell me." The staff at the front desk stood up and said, "You don't have the right." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and slammed his palm on the table. "Get the person in charge out here." A cold killing intent emerged from Lin Fei's body. The staff member realized that he had met someone who was not easy to entertain. "Senior, please wait a moment. I will inform the manager immediately." Many people stared at this mysterious black-robed man. It was not like such a thing had never happened in the Wood Capital Trade Association before. It was mostly some capable people who urgently needed to sell off some treasures. Everyone was used to it. This was usually the case. Recently, very few people came to the Wood Capital Trade Association to dispose of stolen goods. Who asked the higher-ups to keep an eye on them? It was rumored that the expedition guards had arranged many spies to keep an eye on the Wood Capital Trade Association, but most of them were watching this mysterious stranger. "Sir, I'm sorry. My subordinates don't know how to do things. I'm the person in charge of the Wood Capital Trade Association, Wang Yu." Not long after, a middle-aged man with a mustache hurriedly came over and explained apologetically as soon as he came up. "There's a deal. Let's see if you can accept it." Lin Fei went straight to the point. Wang Yu did not recognize the person in front of him. When he thought about the recent events, he could not help but feel a trace of anticipation in his heart. "Sir, why don't we go to the VIP lounge and have a seat?" Lin Fei nodded. "Sure." Wang Yu brought the mysterious black-robed man to the VIP lounge. His subordinates immediately served tea. Pung! Without waiting for Wang Yu to speak, 2 items appeared on the table. When he looked at them, he could no longer remain calm. Flying device, energy gun. The people from Tianmen Taoism had arrived. When the flying device and energy gun appeared, the Wood Capital Trade Association was not calm. The news was passed to the higher-ups. The vice president of the Wood Capital Trade Association, Feng Qingyang, immediately dropped everything and sent a message to the president. He then hurried to the VIP lounge. "What do you want? Do you want it or not?" When Feng Qingyang entered the room, Lin Fei put down his cup and asked directly, "People from Tianmen Taoism?" Feng Qingyang knew many people from Tianmen Taoism. The person in front of him was very unfamiliar. The scariest thing was that he could not see the other party's appearance clearly. He was always covered by a layer of mystery. "Yes, we, the Wood Capital Trade Association, want everything." Feng Qingyang got the news from the president. No matter what, he had to buy all the flying device and energy gun. Such an opportunity was not common. Perhaps he would not encounter it many times in his lifetime. Great, this trip was not in vain. Lin Fei revealed a smile. 100 flying devices and 100 black-tooth energy guns. I only want the energy wall stone. I don't want anything else. Feng Qingyang was taken aback. To think that there would be so many of them. This was an astronomical figure. Even if the Wood Capital Trade Association wanted to buy all of them, it would not be easy. Especially when the other party only wanted the energy wall stone. Feng Qingyang hesitated. We want all of them. Fixed price. 15 billion for the wall stone. The door to the VIP lounge was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in brocade clothes walked in. President, Feng Qingyang said. No problem. 15 billion energy wall stone was a huge number in the expeditionary empire. Any martial artist could rely on this amount of energy wall stone to live a luxurious life like an emperor. Qingyang, transfer all the energy wall stones here immediately. Don't let the guests down. The man said to Feng Qingyang. I will contact you immediately. Reporting. The people from Tianmen Taoism have appeared in the Wood Capital Trade Association. They are collecting energy wall stones. In a narrow room, a few spies were doing nothing. Suddenly, they received a message. After reading it, their faces changed. Report it immediately. Keep a close eye on them. We can't let that person leave. The team leader immediately gave the order, and a hint of joy flashed between his eyebrows. If this matter was successful, it would be tantamount to making a great contribution. Everyone knew that the expedition guards had almost turned the entire star field upside down just to find the people of the Tianmen path. What? The people from Tianmen Taoism are selling their goods at the Wood Capital Trade Association. Are you sure it's true? A big deal of 15 billion energy wall stones. Big deal. It's definitely a big deal. Is that guy crazy? Has he never heard that Tianmen Taoism is short of money? Some of the major forces in Wood Capital secretly received news that a mysterious person had gone to the Wood Capital Trade Association not long ago and sold a batch of priceless goods worth 15 billion energy wall stones. This was definitely a huge number.